right, good people. Let's get to it. We had such an impactful conversation last time on this subject. That my initial intent today for Sunday serving was to talk about purpose. But I realized that we had left some of this conversation on the table about parent wounds. And in preparing to have this conversation about purpose, I also saw the connection and how it relates. So as you're coming in, check in. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know if you were a part of the conversation last Sunday. Because everybody that was here last Sunday, we all know like this was a very, very impactful conversation. Shift, how are you, sister? Love and light to you as well. You know, one of the things that I realize is I don't think people understand what it takes to get up on this app to have meaningful conversations. And the reason I know that people don't understand what it takes to get up on this app and have meaningful conversations is because you see how easily it is for people to get up here and have meaningless conversation. But it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of your personal time. It takes, for me, again, as you all are coming in, check in, let me know where you're from, and let me know if you were here last time. For me, it takes, I have to meditate on what I have a desire to talk about. I have to speak to the conversation. I have to kind of dig into myself and deal with me about whatever the topic is. And I think the natural question is, well, why do you do it, right? Why would you take time out of your life and out of your day? Elizabeth, welcome to the conversation. It's your first time here. Welcome. You are in part 2 of what was a very impactful, emotionally uplifting and emotionally releasing conversation from last Sunday. And we're going to carry that conversation on today. Lovable, welcome to the conversation. Thank you for being here. Adriana, I believe that's how you say that, from New Orleans. Welcome to the conversation. Thank you for being here. But the natural question is, well, why do you do it? Like, why would you take time out of your day, time out of your life, time away from your family to get up here and try to have a meaningful conversation, right? It's one thing if you're just going to get up here because you want some entertainment. And you can find so many lives that you can go into and just to be entertained by people arguing, people fussing, and all of those things. But the natural question is, why do you get on here and do this? And for me, the answer is, I'm fulfilling my purpose. So in preparing to have a conversation about purpose today, I was reminded that we left so much food on the table from last Sunday that we needed to finish up. And then as I started to think of those two thoughts, it all started to come together and make sense in a way that I understood that purpose is also related to an understanding of the need to heal from your parent wound. Underground Rose, welcome to the conversation. I appreciate you being here. So last Sunday, just to recap what we discussed last Sunday and where we were, last Sunday, we really dug into identifying what your specific parent wound is and how that wound has played out into your life, right? We talked about how if you're parenting, how a lot of us, if you haven't gone through the healing process from your own parent wound, you're probably parenting your children out of that wounded space. And we dug into the impact that parenting from a wounded space can have on your children. We talked about how unhealed parent wounds can also impact your ability to be in a healthy relationship. Yeah, Elizabeth, it's gonna be a beautiful conversation. And on this side of TikTok, we believe that everybody that is drawn into the spaces that we share with Shift, and everybody else that we share these spaces with, we believe that the people that are supposed to be here are here. So if you're here, you're more than likely supposed to be here. So welcome. Um, so we talked about how unhealed parent wounds can impact your ability to be in a successful relationship. And then we went on to dig into the healing part of it. And through that process of healing is where talking about the healing part of it is where we really saw the impact of the conversation. Because so many people, including myself, had moments of release, whether it was through tears, whether it was just telling the story, telling your story, or listen to other people tell their story. We really saw how working through that process of understanding your parent wound and understanding what it takes to heal from it, we really saw the impact that that had. So in expanding the healing part of the conversation, I realized that when talking about purpose, one cannot find purpose without knowing who you are. And when thinking about who you are and how that relates to your parent wound, what I knew from my experience and from what we heard from a lot of people last Sunday was a lot of how you identify or see yourself comes from who and who your parents told you were, how they treated you and how they spoke to you. And the value, your self-value a lot of times is rooted in how your parents instilled that in you. So if you had turbulence upbringing, or if you had turbulence in your upbringing, then a lot of how you identify came from them. If we just step back from the conversation about wounds and just think about it naturally, if you're a parent, this will be easy for you to connect with. For me, a lot of what you all see on my page about like how my daughter talks and how she interacts, her confidence, the way that she engages the world is directly related to the way that we treat her and the way that we speak to her and what we tell her about herself. So what's up, Chloe? Welcome back to the conversation. This is part 2. We're going to get to it. So what I want to focus on in this conversation is healing your identity. Because we did a lot of the healing and a lot of the process and what it takes for you to heal last time in the conversation. The next step to that, once you've kind of healed from the relationship, there's another part that we need to focus on. And that's healing your identity. What do I mean by that and how are we going to tackle it? Let me say this first. If you do have live access, get in the box if you want to. Because what I also learned from last Sunday, and I know this from just generally all the lives that I'm on, I'm here to also learn from your perspective, right? The way that you all are going to interpret some of these topics, I know are going to be very unique to the way that I would interpret them. And I want to hear your interpretation of some of these topics. As you can imagine, I love words, right? And I craft words together a certain way with intent. As many of you know from the more spiritual aspect of what we talk about on most Sundays, we understand the power of words and how the way that you communicate, the things that you say and how you speak has an impact. So these words have been crafted the way that they are for a specific reason. But I also know that when some of you read some of these topics, the perspective and how you internalize it to your own experience is going to be powerful. So if you have live access and when you're ready and when you're comfortable, jump in the box and let's tackle some of this. But today we're going to focus on healing your identity and what that really means, right? The core of why it's necessary for you to heal your identity if you're coming out of and coming from is understanding how you self-identify. Because these minds that we have are recorders. And a lot of things that we do come from our subconscious. And if you have been in a tumult or a turbulent parent relationship, and if you haven't stopped and done your identity check, there are things that are probably happening in your subconscious that are producing not only your words and your thoughts, but are producing actions that you may not be aware of. I'm gonna blow the, oh, I can still see it. Okay, cool. I want to change the screen so that I can get through these topics. All right. So that's why we're going to focus on healing your identity. Shift, how are you, ma'am? Welcome to the panel.
I'm well. Thank you for asking. Thought I would just stop in early
I
and
appreciate it.
just support you in the beginning and see how spirit moves. And then if I need to be released, then I'll be released. So just came up for a moment.
I appreciate you joining. Thank you. Thank you. Auntie.
Hello?
Auntie Crystal, how are you?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
Welcome
Hello.
back to the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we're gonna approach it from this perspective, and this is kind of the strategy we're gonna run it from, right? I'm going to state my perspective on the topics that I've listed, and then as you all feel inclined to, I'll give space for you all to chime in and give your perspective. Because like I said, I know that the way that you all will interpret, internalize, and then think of these topics based on your own experience is going to be unique and just as powerful. So I want us to kind of approach it from there. We do love Auntie Crystal, right? We've all adopted Auntie Crystal as our solid auntie, and they showing you love already, Auntie Crystal. They blowing you up.
I have been connecting through the week with a lot of the lovelies. Becky with the good hair. That's my girl. Underground Roads, yes.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
And
I
I got
love it. I love
and
it.
I got a little peek at my new little niecey. She's such a cute little sweetie.
I love it. I love it. So I'm gonna approach the first one, the you they created versus who you are. Here's my perspective on that. And again, I want us to just kind of walk through this together. From the moment that we are born, we're being told who we are. From the moment that you enter this world, if not intentionally, an identity is being placed on you. And from the parenting perspective, depending on your parents' experience and who they are using that reference to place an identity on you. So if you're coming from a place where you had a turbulent parenting relationship or you have parent wounds and you haven't taken time to check that part of yourself, of healing your identity, you may be subconsciously still operating in spaces of the identity that was placed on you, and you have not self-identified yet in your life. So I'll give you all my personal experience, and then I'll open to the floor to the two panelists. So for me, I know because of the relationship that I had with my father and some of the things that my father would say to me, and it's funny, I was having a conversation with somebody earlier and this came up. I remember I had to reverse engineer some of my behaviors to find out where it was coming from. So one of the things that I realized about myself was when I was living in a very self-destructive manner, the reason I was living like that is because I was still attached to the identity that was spoken into my life as a child. And because I was told you're not going to be nothing, you're not going to achieve nothing and all of those things, I was living out that reality in my life. I was living careless. I was living reckless. I didn't care about being alive. I didn't care about seeing a future for myself because the words that had been spoken to me and that had injured me, I was still living out those words. And it took me to take a moment in my life and having my son to stop and say, for that little boy and the father that he's going to need, I can't live under the identity that I was given because I was able to see myself in the light of the way my son saw me. I saw myself as a father to somebody else. That snapped me out of the identity that my father had spoken over my life. Once I was able to identify who they created, meaning the identity that they spoke over me and that the identity that they spoke onto me, then I had to do the work of re-identifying myself as to who I needed to be, not just for me, but in the regards of my son, who I needed to be for him. So when I say the you they created versus who you are, there's also a very spiritual aspect to you learning who you are. And we'll get into that. But I'm just talking about just your, and maybe self-identify is not the appropriate term. I know self-esteem can be grafted into this as well, but understanding how your parents spoke to you, how they spoke about you, the words that they spoke into you, it impacts how you saw yourself and how you see yourself. And if you have not taken moment in your life or taken yourself and how you see yourself, and if you have not taken moment, I think you echoing, Auntie. And how you see yourself, and if you have not taken a moment to really dig and see that process within yourself, you're probably operating still under that identity without knowing it. So I'll open the floor to the panelists and let you all chime in and add to that. Auntie Crystal, I don't know if you fix the echo, but normally what you'll need to do is turn your internet on and off, and that should fix that echo and that chiming. Shiv, you want to jump in? You were here first.
Okay. Thank you. So I was looking up the word identity, right? Just to bring some context to it. And it says, identity is the unique set of characteristics that can be used to identify a person as themselves or oneself. And when I think about it, just identity as a whole, it makes me think of labels and the things that we actually, coming into this time-space reality that we live in, we have adapted labels that but it kind of sums up the characteristics and things that our experiences, what we were told, to label us to being something, right? So if I say that I am a mother, right? I'm going to take all of the things that comes with the labeling of mother, what comes with it, right? So the thing that we actually label ourselves as, we actually adapt that into our character, how we operate, and then we have the part of the parents or whoever developed us, the teachers, all these things, and we bring all these things into like this whole combination, and then we identify with it, right? So even with the topic, most people are in here because of the ability to identify with things that you have written on the screen. So those who are mothers or fathers will identify with those who have experienced some traumatic or non-traumatic things will identify with that as well. So we all come in here into the space bringing a variety of things based off of our experience, based off of our journey, all that stuff, our characteristics, our label. And so I'm glad that I'm actually in a space to be able to speak from a place like when you were talking about it last week about parent wounds. I was in and out, shifting as normal, and come to accept that I have dissolved and evolved in some spaces where things doesn't sting as much, if that makes sense. And so I actually had a conversation with my mom shortly after looking at the live a little bit and being in and out. And what I decided to do was to remove the label from her. Remove the label or the title in which I gave her or which was given to her, so that we can have just an informed conversation without my biases. Because when you put a label on a thing, you become biased to it. Right. So if I call you friend then there's an expectation that I have on you to be a friend.
Expectation, yes.
Right. If I call you, whatever I call you or I label you as, there's an expectation, whether you know it or not. And so I will operate with you in that space. So I had to remove the label from my mom and speak to the woman and what she is. Right. And I said to her, because my daughter graduated and we asked her to come to graduation and she didn't come. And yeah, I get it. She's never been on a plane. I get that, that this freaked her out, but there was alternatives, right? And I had to really look at myself and ask myself, is there an expectation that I have of her because she holds a title as mom? And how has that impacted me? Right. And so when I look at anything, any person or anything, I kind of look at it from different perspective. One, did I label this as one thing? What was my expectations of this thing? And how can I process this in a way that allows me to move forward or to just be in it and move forward? Now, of course, you invite someone, I invite my mom, she doesn't show up, right? So if I start digging, if I start digging back to the times that she didn't show up before, I will pull up some wounds and I will open up some stuff. But I'm learning in this stage of my life to, the quicker that I get to acceptance, the less I will suffer. That's my rule. That's the number one rule for me. Get to acceptance as fast as possible so it can mitigate any suffering. And so I had to take the title off of her, the label, anything that I've held her, whatever standard of I held her to. And I also had to look at my expectation for her so that I can have a conversation with her so that I don't let anything fester and I can move forward in who I am. Because I want to continue in well-being, right? So when I had the conversation with her and I said, this is what I said to her. I said, I was like, hey, mom. And I said to her, she said, oh, the graduation was yesterday. I said, yeah. I said, we invited you. I said, but you didn't come. I said, it made me think about the times that I needed you and you didn't come. So here's what I want to say to you. That was hurtful. Because I had to be honest with it, right? I had to be quite honest with it. Like, that was hurtful. Because the expectation was not being met. And whenever expectations are not met, we then struggle with disappointment, right? So I had to deal with the energy of disappointment, but also let it be known to be able to face it and say, hey, that was hurtful. And I want you to know. And she apologized, but I said, I don't want you to think that you need to do anything, but I need to release from me. And so when we understand where wounds come from and how suffering actually impacts us the most, we got to find ways that will help us to process in the most healthiest way so that we can be well. So that was my thought about my identity, her identity, and how I've been able to process with her, my mom, and moving, forward in my own well-being.
Let me ask you this, Chef. Looking back, do you see, or can you see how the way that she identified or the way that she saw herself impacted the information that she gave you that you then was forming your identity with in your youth?
Say it one more time.
Looking back,
Okay.
do you
So where?
see
Looking back to how far? To childhood?
childhood?
Okay.
Do you see how, because now we're able to look back and see the type of people that our parents were, right? When we were younger, we couldn't really, you knew who they were, but only from a perspective of them parenting you, which was a great point that you made. But now as adults, we can look back and get a good scope of their character, right? Without thinking of it as just from the perspective of them being our parents. Looking back through that lens and kind of knowing the type of woman that your mother was, do you see how that person, the information that she gave you was directly related to how she identified and the type of person that she was?
Yeah. So one of the things that I do, and Mario has helped me with this, is to seek understanding before I seek to be understood. Right. That's one. The second thing is I don't go too far back. Let me just be very honest with you. I I I made it a conscious decision. Now, this is just a decision that I made because a lot of periods of my life have had traumas in them, right? And so when you get to a point that you want to move forward, you get to acceptance as fast because you don't want to suffer, right? So I made some decisions. So when I snapped back, one, I had to have conversations with her over time, right? And understanding that, hold on, somebody's burning something.
So somebody's burning something. We'll wait for Shift to come back. But so what I'm harping on here with that question, Shift, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
let me just get this point. So I grew up, I consider myself a village baby, right? And this is what I mean by the village. We were removed from my mom when I was 8. We didn't come back to her till we were 16. So, and I stayed with mostly family the majority of the time. And so when you're a village child and you live in foster care and you live with different people, you get parented by different people, all the time, right? So I've had conversations, and this is one of the things that I ask my children, because I think as an adult, when we don't have information, a lot of information, we make an assumption about what we think things were without proper assessing. So if there is a question, why not go to the source, especially if the person is still available, so that you don't make an assumption.
Right.
So I remember asking my mom probably about a couple of months ago, was she frustrated with having 5 children young? And she told me no. She said, no, I had my mom and I had your dad's mom, so they helped me, right? So the first 5 of us, my mom has always had support when it came to that. So I wanted to know what her standpoint was when things would come up, right? Because, of course, body keeps score. So my neurological system is going to keep score of different things that comes up over time. So once I do a thorough assessment and if I am at a point where there's no clarity, then I go to source to ask the thing. So when I say I don't pull up unless it show up, if that makes sense. I don't pull up information or go back to information unless it shows up. If it shows up in something in my behavior, if it shows up in a way that that I am expressing love or something like that, and I want to know where it came from, and I know that it's not me, my genuine me, then I have to go. I would go as far back as saying, where did that come from? I ask God, I say, hey, where did that come from? Give me insight on how I got this perspective, right? And so when it comes to parenting stuff, if it's something that I notice, because this is my perspective, is everybody is a mirror to us in some form. My children are only a mirror to me, and they show up to show me different parts of my parenting as well as show me as a person. Right. And so if my son shows up with something and I'm looking at it and it reflects on me in a parenting way, I then say, where did I get that from? Right. What is this? How is this showing up in my life? Why is it showing up in my life? I do a self-assessment first. And then if it's something that I'm not clear on, then I will go and ask the question to my mom or my auntie, because I live with her. And I will ask them, or I'll think of something like that, right? I noticed something that I do in parenting. I used to do, but I had to interrupt this. I would go shopping and I would buy a lot of food. For what? Where did that come from? Right? Just to be hoarding in the house, like food hoarding. I was just like, oh, because my mom used to go shopping and she used to buy all this food all the time. And that's because she ain't had the money. So she would buy as much as she could at the beginning of the month. And I'm looking like, you don't even eat like that. You don't operate like that. Your household don't operate like that. So I had to interrupt that habit, right? But I knew where it came from. So when it comes to answer your question, when it comes to looking back, I only look back when it comes up. I don't look back to dig back to kind of heal it, because I can't change anything from there. I can only change what is present and moving forward.
I like
Does that make sense?
No, that makes perfect sense. That makes sense. Auntie Crystal, did you have a perspective on that? The you they created versus who you are. How did you interpret that, and what's your perspective on that?
Well, oh gosh. Oof. Lord Jesus. Yes, I must call his name. My mother was obsessed. I don't know why. I haven't got to that yet. But I'm fortunate to understand and been blessed to have been given the opportunity to heal. So, when I was 19, first of all, when I was 18, we're getting out of high school. Me and all my girlfriends go to Massachusetts because all of them got accepted to Ivy League black schools in Massachusetts. And so I didn't, okay. But I wanted to go hang out. My dad begged and pleaded. My mom let me go. One of my friends from school, high school, was college in Massachusetts, so we stayed with her. She was at the Massachusetts Institute of Art. Now, all my friends, they going to Northwestern, blah, blah, blah. They all go for the day, and I'm alone. I got no school to go to. So the big sis takes me with her to the Massachusetts Institute of Art. And I, like my dad, give me a piece of paper and a pencil in 5 minutes, and I'm going to be doodling. So I'm sitting in the lounge and just basically just chilling. Instructor comes over to me, asks me what's up, who am I, why am I on campus, blah, blah, blah. So, they invite me, since I'm waiting for this other student under the circumstances, told them what the deal was. They allowed me to go in a room and paint for 2 hours. Well, next thing I know, they're talking to me about, would you like to go to school here? Can you come back and bring us your portfolio? Blah, blah, blah. I go home. My mom says, no, you cannot go to school there because that is not a profession that will sustain you through life. You're going to liberal arts school. And since you didn't do the work to get accepted anywhere else, you'll go somewhere in the community. I need to be able to see where you are anyway. Because I was drinking a lot. A whole lot. I was in terrible pain. I had done my first unalive attempt at 13, hiding essay abuse and suffering from being bullied. A lot of stuff, right? Carrying a lot at 18. So she says, no, you can't go to school there, blah, 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 blah. But she's talented. My father's fighting for me because I was what? A daddy's girl. So, my mom sent me to liberal arts school. What did I do? I fooled around and got pregnant, y'all. That was not in her plan. 18 years old, first year of college, liberal arts, and I'm pregnant, quite by accident.
You muted, Auntie Crystal. I think you might have muted yourself.
Am I echoing?
Yep, you got to echo.
Turn your Wi-Fi off and then back on, Auntie Crystal, if you can.
We'll wait to have Auntie Crystal jump back in. Hopefully she can get that situated. And if not, we'll go down to Becky. If you want to jump in until Auntie Crystal gets back, Becky. Oh, there she is.
Okay, am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, so Okay, so we lived in a big house, and I had managed to get to the top floor. But at the bottom of the stairs to the third floor, locked me on the third floor until I agreed to sign the termination. Locked me on the third floor until I agreed to sign.
Echoing again, Auntie.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so she locked me up there until I agreed to sign the agreement, the termination agreement. Took a month. The termination agreement. Okay, now the termination. Oh gosh,
So Auntie Crystal, you might have to reset your Wi-Fi and come back. So I think it's going to keep doing that while you're still in the box. So Auntie Crystal, go ahead and just request again, and I'll bring you back in. Becky, you want to go ahead?
You sure? Because I don't want to disrupt her flow.
When she requests, I'll let her back up. It may take her a little bit to get that Wi-Fi situated.
Okay. So, as a child of an immigrant, the pressures for perfection are like super intense. So I wasn't seen as a creative that I am. And those pressures that were put on me were had me harboring like feelings of not being good enough, and then projecting her fears and things of that nature caused me to insulate so that I wouldn't be harmed by her or anyone else for that matter anymore. So I think that I struggled with that because it's counterintuitive for me not to love. And so it was an internal struggle. And I don't know how, but I just got tired of fighting that internal battle. And then I stopped fighting and I just started flowing. So, I mean, there's more to it, but it was a lot.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever take a moment to kind of do a self-assessment as to, I think this way, operate this way, either because this is genuinely how I want to operate, function, and think, or some of these things that I think operate under are residuals of those expectations?
So yes, I have several times. So I know that I'm like an overachiever, perfectionist because of those pressures. I still struggle to like relax and not do something or something of that nature. I know that I think that even my desire to want to love on others and help others and be a fixer and a solver is rooted in that as well, because I feel like to the extent that I am that way is probably because I felt like I didn't have it, so I want to be that for others. Yeah, that's all. I don't talk a lot.
But no, that's kind of, and Auntie Crystal, I'll let you jump in here and finish where you were. That's kind of what I'm alluding to, and I think what we do a lot of times, and what I've seen in my own life is we will take those negative experiences and find a expression that we deem positive, so we still kind of hold on to some of those experiences. And what I'm learning for me is that may not fully be who I am, though, right? And I think it's important that we transition those things, but I think it's also important to kind of do an assessment, a self-assessment in saying, if that did not happen to me, what would be the way I operate in this area or in certain areas? I think the reality is, yes, our upbringing is going to impact who we are. Our upbringing is going to impact the type of people that we are, the way that we see the world. But I think it's important for all of us to do a self-assessment in what I call like rewriting the code, right? And a lot of that comes with asking yourself a certain group of questions. And some of those questions are things like, what do I enjoy, or what are things that fulfills me, that if these things X, Y, and Z didn't happen to me, that would still be fulfilling to me. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And that's actually the space that I'm in now because I've been a mother since I was 17. So I actually did my growth while growing up, while raising a child. So I am only now that I'm an empty nester, getting back to who I am empirically and what I enjoy and what fulfills me. So I'm peeking back into my creativity and actually trying to figure it out because, again, I was in that childhood and I was being spoken to certain ways and treated certain ways. And then very shortly after, I had a child. So it was never really about me until now, kind of. So I'm kind of reinventing myself. But I did want to say something about something that Shift had mentioned about removing titles because I stopped looking at my mother as mom for quite some time. Like I've called her by name since I want to say like 10 years old. And who she is as a person, I knew that she couldn't exist in my space, even without the title mom. But I still struggled with removing the title from her. But when I did in October, it freed me from the expectation I had on myself as her daughter. And it allowed me to release myself from the constant turbulence that she is to me. Because I found that I only excused her over and over and over and over because she had that title. Anyone else would have been cut off a long, long time ago. And I would have prioritized myself over that relationship or any connection to it. And because I also noticed that as I grew in my parenthood and everything, it's like, well, I can understand how, there may be a reason why, when you fear that bad things would happen, then you would, want the best for your child and this, that, and the third. And even how I parented my daughter at first was like, well, I'm going to be like the best mom ever because, she was pretty cruddy. So like it wasn't until, like I said, in October that I was able to take mom off of her and just see her wholly as that person, and that I could remove myself as her daughter, that I could just say, you know what, I can't do it anymore. I'm done with this. And I felt so light and so free ever since.
I think sometimes like people will hear that experience, and I think because of how our minds have been conditioned, people think like a person may hear that experience and think that that's not complete freedom. But I want to clarify and kind of expand upon where I know you are. Um, when you say you remove that title, like and when Schiff mentioned it and why it's so important, and you hit it, you also remove expectations of yourself.
That's it, that part. Yeah, because
And go ahead.
no, because the gaze from outside is, honor your mother, right? And take care of your mother and to be a good daughter and again, the whole immigrant thing, you have to be a certain way. You have to be excelling in certain fields and be a certain way, and family has to look a certain way. And so when I finally freed myself of that and just looked at myself as a human, as a person deserving of love and what that looks like, then it allowed me to kind of change that for myself. So go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off though. Sorry.
No, real quick, and then I'll let Auntie Crystal back in here. I heard somebody break down the phrase "blood is thicker than water" and how this entire time people have been misusing that phrase. I don't know if anybody else saw that TikTok, but essentially what the actual phrase is, the blood of a bond is thicker than the water of the womb. The blood of a bond is thicker than the water of the womb. We've been saying that phrase like, oh, you know, family is family and everybody else. No, that's not what that phrase actually means. What that phrase really means is the connections that you have and the bonds that you make with people that you actually connect with, those bonds can be, in most instances, should be thicker than the bond of just your birth or the people that you consider family by birth or by name or whatever other ways that we attach ourselves to family. And I think when we talk about healing and when we talk about getting to a place where you can really be who you are, we have to, in some cases, remove titles off of people, not just because of the expectation you have of them by the title, but I think the most beautiful thing that I hear in your process is the expectations that you remove from yourself. Because once you release yourself of those expectations, you no longer have to identify with the way that that expectation sets you to identify, right? And it's not a negative space to do that. For some people, and in your own individual journey, that may be the exact thing that you need to do to free yourself from the attachments that you have to the title that that person has and the title that you are carrying. Because as long as you can only identify with the title and the expectations that that title has for you, you are locked in and you are handcuffed to those expectations. Whether you want to or not, psychologically, because you still see yourself as that way, you are handcuffed to those expectations. And once you start removing those titles, you realize that now you have the freedom to express yourself and find healing in a way that is beneficial to you, that doesn't handcuff you to an expectation because of a title that you may have or that someone else has. Auntie Crystal, you back?
Yes, I think so. Am I?
Yeah, you're back and you're clear.
Okay. So now, I'm to the termination site. It's not. I have a plan in my mind to escape. I fail. It damages my body. In '08, no, actually '07, they determined my mom had terminal cancer and told her she had 3 months to live. She was a stubborn woman. She wasn't going nowhere. She says, okay, we're not telling anybody it's only 3 months. We're going to tell them it's 6. Well, that woman hung around here for almost another year. And I took care of her. I stayed by her side, discovered that my paramedical training was not for the world. It was for to take care of that elderly woman. Nobody else could have done it. But during that course of that year, I was able to understand, as you'll say, the woman who was my mother was not really my mother. She was a woman. Always was a woman with her own pains, her own needs. I realized that a lot of the things that happened were not really based on what she wanted from me, but what she wanted for herself. And so, in '08, let's see, I'm 70 now, quick math, 50, well, however old I was, she realized that she had done me wrong all my life and never allowed me to be who I really was. I always was what she was trying to make me be. That never was working. It was very damaging for me because I wasn't who she wanted me to be. I spent the majority of my life trying to fill that role. It took for her to have one more year to be on this world for her to fix that problem. My mother and I talked so intensely for that year and apologized. She was very, it took her to get to that year to finally do what work she should have been doing on herself for the majority of her adult life. But what was there to help her potentially, she resented it. See, when I got into psychiatric care, she always denied that there was anything wrong with her. There was no need for family care. There was none of that. It was all my problem. It was either the drinking or some drugs I had done or something. She wanted, but when your life expectancy is cut short and you know your time is short, you start thinking different. You start looking different. Okay? It's just a natural way, of course, of your psychological behavior during that course of your existence. So my mom passed in my arms. It's very odd because everybody in the room wonders why she leaned to me instead of my father. Well, he was on one side of the bed and I was on the other. But she reached for me. So it became a year of healing. We talked about the fight we had. She apologized for locking me in the tower for 2 months and ruining my life because when I was 26, which you all may not realize, I have no children. When I was 26, I had stage 5 cancer, intrauterine cancer. After a series of years from the time I was 19 to constantly have reproductive issues as a result of me trying to escape from the procedure. I was going to run. I thought if I could sign the paper, get in the office, it was going to be a way out. And I failed. So she carried guilt from that time after I was 26 and they discovered I had intrauterine cancer. Then I didn't know she was working with that. She never talked about it. I mean, of course it tripped me the hell out for years. Because all I ever wanted to do growing up with the way she was working me was be a mini her. Have a house on a hill, raise my kids, be faithful to my husband, etc. All the, that dream. But it wasn't my dream. It was her dream for me. Now, having been released and understood, I couldn't understand why my mother used to leave my father after I got grown and left New York and went and got married somewhere else. My mother used to leave New York and come and be the bane of me and my husband's existence for months. And we couldn't figure it out. Just quit the man, leave him, divorce him. You never go back. Buy you a new house, stay here, whatever. Never could understand. I understand now. I understand a whole lot more because of that year. Okay.
If I could say this real quick, I think one of the things that we are collectively and we've collectively kind of unpacked this, and I think this can be a marker of this conversation. It is necessary at some stage in your life to remove the titles from your parents and assess them
as people,
for the people they actually are.
Yes, exactly.
It is
and I think I'd like to say that's emphatically something we must do. Emphatically.
I think through this conversation and through the last one and having Schiff said what she said and Becky said what she said and now Auntie Crystal hitting it, I think that is something that we can kind of gather from this conversation and hold on to. If you're still in the stage of your processing, which I see some people in the comments, and if you're in the comments, just know that, everyone here we've all gone through some form of what you are expressing. And part of this conversation being part 2 is there are a lot of steps that we discussed last time, and we'll go over some of those in that process of healing. But I think this is a gem that each person can gather. If you remove the title and the expectation and just assess them for who they are, it will allow you to adjust your own expectations. And then that process of releasing them from that title will allow you to kind of see a path forward to heal. Because oftentimes, look at it like this. If anyone else other than your parents or mom or dad, whoever that title is, did to you what your parents have done to you, would you be stuck in the place of not progressing in your own healing as much as you are now, simply because they are your parents. I'll say it again. If anyone else has harmed you in the way that your parents harmed you, would you hold on to that hurt and that harm in the way that we have, instead of pushing yourself to heal? You wouldn't, because it's happened, right? Like if somebody does that thing at work, right? You're going to be like, you know what? I'm going to assess what you did. I see how it made me feel, but I'm going to take the steps to get over that or to heal through that. Part of the reason why we hold on to those hurts the way that we do is because of the title and the expectation that came with that title. So what we're learning in this conversation, if you step back and remove that title from them, it could help you to see a path forward in healing, and it could actually release you from holding on to that hurt, because a lot of times we're holding on to it because of the title, because we still have an expectation that they're somehow going to be different. And if that parent is not here, that's even more of a reason for you to go, all right, I can see what they did. I know how it's harmed me and how it's made me feel, but I also know I need to move forward. I need to progress beyond this, because that hurt is impacting not only how you see the world, but how you're seeing yourself. And we're going to dig into that self identity and how to work through that, because as long as you have not found that peace within yourself, you can't create peace in the world around you. You will not find peace in the world around you. Me and my three, Auntie Crystal, I'm gonna let me and my three jump in and share a little bit. She's been patiently waiting, and then we'll
Yes,
rotate and bring everybody else back around to
yes,
add some more
yes,
content.
yes.
Okay.
I made my point. I mean that after all of that, I think even, well, let me just summarize it down to one thing. Yes, the ultimate thing is to understand there were people, whether they here now, they gone, whatever. They were people, and they were carrying something too, with no guidance of what to do with us. Only observation of what happened to them. Okay, I'm done. Bye.
That's good. That was good. Me and my three, welcome to the conversation. How are you today?
Peace and blessings to everyone. How are we today?
We're great. We're great.
I'm doing good. Thanks for
Um,
asking.
Thank you so much for opening up this space. I have been on TikTok and I've been watching, and there are very few rooms that I come into. So first of all, thank you. Also, I would like to say that I am a mother of three. Um, I am my own story, is what I said. And I had to come upon here this morning because I am in the phase right now, healing. I lost my oldest boy a year ago, January. And even before I had children, I always knew that there was something, or excuse me, anything that I did, said, environment, the people that they came around, was going to have an impact on my child. And so I want to read this, and then I'll tell you what I've been doing this last week. This says self reflections. Self reflections are not easy, however, they are needed and long overdue, and inevitably necessary. Getting to the root, the beginning of how it started, recognizing the need for change, no longer wanting, but finding the need to unpack, nurture, and let go. Understand to overstand what we're running from in order to let go of what we're running to. Learning to let go in order to truly live. I wrote this last night because I had to go back and I had to self reflect. And I had to do a whole lot of unpacking after losing my son, brought me to my knees. After getting back on the horse of being a child that was, all the trauma that we talk about right now, SA'd, incest, some of the things that we don't talk about, child abuse. Uh, Both my parents are still alive. I'm 43. I'll be 43 in August. Both of my parents are still alive. And as I just said, I buried my oldest son a year ago. And I cannot tell you the last time both of my parents were in the same room. So let that sink in. My mother did not raise me. My father took me away from her when I was 5 years old. And I know then that's when my life changed. And now when I sit back and I think about everything that I've heard on this panel, what I carried a lot, and realizing that I carried a lot as a parent, that's what made me realize, looking back at both my parents, I still call them my parents because they birthed me. My mother, I've always called her by her name. My dad has just always been my dad. And like you just said, once we take out the expectations of what they're supposed to give us or what they were supposed to give us and just look at them as people, I'm not as harsh on myself or as harsh on them. I'm, forgiving more for myself as well as for them, because most of our parents back then, they were doing just like Auntie Crystal said, they were doing what they saw. Some of us were raising us and they didn't even know how to read. So they were just basically filling in the blanks of life, filling in the blanks of emotional, discipline or anything else that we needed. And so literally right now, I camped outside. I slept outside last night. I have been going into my inner child, that place where I felt like I was let down. And I'm healing all of that. And I'm not just doing it for me, I'm doing it for my children. And that's what I want to use my platform for when I look at these babies right now, that a lot of us haven't really dug into ourselves to do that healing that we actually need for our children. And some of us don't even realize that we have issues. So that's where the self-reflection comes from. And that's where having to understand, was it something that we saw? Was it something that, that they taught? Or was it something that we expected that we in turn started to do, teach, and love, or whatever it was for our children? So again, this is my second week. I'm going digging deep. I'm working on my chakras, balancing my life, not just for my children, but also for myself, going from the root all the way to my crown, going back to nature, going back to finding me, because no one helped me find me. I helped me find me. Like, I felt like I bum fumbled my way through life, and I almost felt like my children bum fumbled their way through life. However, I used the tools that I had, and also used the tools that they had, and I listened to them. So I don't think I actually raised them off of what I didn't have. I raised them off of what I was not going to allow to happen to them. If that, and I'm breaking trauma, cycles by walking away from family so that my children didn't have to, endure any of the abuse that I did. So that's part of what, even right now, I'm alone, just me and my children, because I don't want them to go through that continued trauma. So this panel, I said, I definitely must have needed to come upon here today. And I'm just going to keep doing it is what I'm doing. I have to reconnect with myself to make myself whole again, to make sure that my pain and anything that I deal with don't interfere with them. And I'm just going to leave it like this. We as adults and we as parents, I've learned, and that's what I told myself, we can't reach, we can't teach, we can't love, and we can't elevate anybody else to any level that we haven't been able to reach ourselves. So thank you.
So I just want to take a moment, sister, and say my condolences for your loss. Someone said in the comments a minute
Thank
ago,
you.
we don't lose people, we gain angels. And sometimes it's hard for people to relate to an experience like losing a child. And I'm not sure if you're new to my platform or my page, but I also lost my son 2 years ago.
My
Um,
condolences.
so I can relate, and one of the things that people used to say to me was that not it gets better with time, but time will help the healing process. And at the time, even when I was 1 year in, I didn't see a path forward. I can tell you now, because of some of the people that you see on this panel and some of the people that are in this live here on TikTok, 2 years in, I am not the man that I was 2 years ago. The way that I wear my son's legacy and the way that I wear his memory is different. So I'll share that with you, not just as a word that people say, but as a parent that has walked this road, that time will help the healing. And I say that with confidence, knowing that it's helped me, right? But I share the love that many people gave to me. I share that with you. A lot of the sisters that you're gonna see here, you know, and I was saying to Becky earlier, the goal that we're trying to do is build a community that we can love on each other, help each other heal, so that we can fully experience and express love, right? And that's what this community is. That's what this platform is. That's what this page is. And you'll see from the brothers and sisters that will come through here, that's what we're all doing, right? Loving on each other, finding ways and sharing our experiences to heal so that we can really fully express and experience the love that we were put here to experience. So welcome to the family, sister. These sisters that you see here are all family. And I'm sure they're willing to be a part of your support system should you and if you need it, right? But welcome. We love you. We love you for you standing up for those babies in the way that you are, making the decisions that you need to make so that you are healing, so that you are creating a better foundation for your children. So I just want to extend that love to you and let you know that the sisters that you see here and the brothers that are going to come through here, that's what we're about. Loving on each other, helping each other find those healthy healing spaces so that we can fully express and experience love the way that we're supposed to.
Thank you very much. I just sent everybody a follow. And again, thank you very much for holding this platform.
You're very welcome, sister. Anybody want to say something to the sister? Please feel free to do so.
I, me and my three, listen, blessings to you, my sister, on your strength and your perseverance through adversity. It would be it's hard for me to understand the loss of such. But my loss of never having is deep as well, because I cannot endure. But I will tell you this, the work you are doing is important. It's more important for you than your children. Because we emanate wider than our circle as women. We impact so much. And I just really applaud you and your strength and resilience.
Thank you very much. And I mean that. Like you said, it is more important for my children than it is for me. Even when I look at the children in the community, I've always been a helicopter mom, which is why my oldest son, he used to tell me he was afraid that I would speak out to the kids. And when I'm looking at him, somebody had to hug him. Somebody had to love him. You know, even right now, I go out there and I put up jump castles and I put up the water guns and I give them ice cream and I do those types of things because I realize that a lot of us haven't realized that. A lot of us aren't grasping that. And if I can't grasp their attention by doing it here, then I'll do it by doing it there, and then I'll just be the mom that I am and just keep doing what I have been. But having a son on the spectrum also, I want to teach other children how to play with my children. Not just teach my children how to be people, but try to teach other children how to be around my children too. So thank you very much. So I got to start with me, but thank you.
That's beautiful. And you know, I want to say something as we're having as we're having this conversation. This is something that Shift has a way of bringing us to this place of understanding that we are amazing, each and every one of us, as we are, as we were created, as we were intended to exist. We are amazing. these processes and these conversations that we're having about healing is, I want you to think of it like this. It's simply removing dirt off of a precious gem. This process is not recreating you to be an amazing person. You are already amazing. You were crafted already precious, as each and every one of us is and are. So this process of healing that we're talking about is simply removing off of us, each other, and helping to refine each other so that the precious, amazing gem that we are shines through in the expression of life in the way that we're supposed to express it. So no matter what you've endured, no matter what you've been through, know that it does not take away from how amazing you already are. And this process and these conversations that we're having about healing is just removing the things that have dimmed our light so that we can really shine fully as we were created to shine, right? So, and there's different parts that we're all experiencing and different things that we're all healing from and different experiences that we're healing from. But I just want us to know at the foundation of who you are amazing as you are. The reason why we focus on the healing is not because any of us is broken. It's not because any of us is flawed. It's not because any of us is any less amazing. It's just so that we can get the dirt off of us. Because sometimes that's what life does. Life just puts dirt on you. Right? Sometimes those experiences just leaves dirt on you. And all we're doing is really brushing it off of us so that we can really, truly shine as we are supposed to. Thank you, everybody, for sharing these gifts and showing love to the panelists as well. Thank you. But I just wanted to make sure that we know that this process that we're talking about and these things that we're talking about, it does not mean that there's something wrong with any of us. It just means there's some dirt on us that we're getting off of us so that we can shine fully as we were intended to in this existence. I just wanted to add that in there. Chloe, what's up, Chloe? How are you? Welcome back, Chloe. Part 2, we at it.
Yeah, man. Tell me why I'm over here crying already,
I
child.
know, I know, I know. I know. Early on the Sunday, too.
I did it again. No. I'm thank you for sharing your space once again. This is amazing. Hello everybody.
Hey, sis.
How are everybody doing? Um man,
Hello.
this is it's a lot because I think about like what we were talking about just a few moments ago, identity. Um I'm literally in a space in my life where like everything that I was like in my mind I told was like concrete. There's certain things that I was just like, this is how it goes. And it was all types of aspects that it comes to my faith, it comes to relationships, my family relationships, all of those things. All of those concepts I thought were set in stone and I knew what they were about. It's been about a course of like maybe 5 years, but it's been deconstructed. Like ripping it apart, throwing it away, I'm having to pick up the pieces to figure out it for myself. And so I'm literally in that space of trying to define certain things. And really, one of those things is really me and my eternal things that, like, what I'm going through. And it's a process for me because it's literally, I tend to just, I'm a worker. So I'll do things, just to get kind of out of my mind and out of my head, and really this is a moment to where I'm literally being forced to deal with things. And so um I appreciate spaces like this because it allows me to do my personal healing. And if at all, if anything, like I say, and hopefully everything that's been said already has really hit other people, I hope it is. But it's a thing, and I appreciate spaces like this because at least they're motivating, and they're progressive. And you can see certain things, and you can, like, even build on yourself. So I just appreciate that. But so I won't get off topic. Defining my own identity, there were a lot of things. I'm working on the first piece of that. To me, is like changing my own personal story and like
Mm,
changing what I said about myself.
mm,
Me personally, there were things that were spoken over me by other people that until now it was like, if you don't have discerning, and I'm speaking for anybody, if things were said over you, whether it be by family people, a few times, because I've been in the church my whole life, it's been church folk. Um, the it's been like, even like personal things when it comes to my family and all of those things. Um, at this point, there were things you didn't know that you were making agreements with, because most of the time with me, a lot of those things were said in a younger age. As I move on to, growing and getting older, I'm realizing that in order for me to change, I have to test my personal stories. I have to test the stories that I'm telling myself, and I also have to test the stories that were told to me. Because it's not, we're not in the sense of, well, yes, in the sense of testing, but in the sense of seeing how are those things edifying to my spirit and helping me to find me, because those are just things that I might be a part of my experience and in my story, but I write the final chapter. I write those things. And so it's a thing of where it's like, for me, it was just, oh well, I'm just going through life. It is what it is. Now I'm in the source of like, okay, I'm everything I can't believe. I said sometime in a couple videos, it was like, I'm not looking at certain people or certain spaces or whatever for like defining me, and oh, this is what I'm going to do. It's a more of a thing of where now it's more like a test study. I'm gathering information and assessing myself and seeing how I might feel, how I might not. And most of the times I don't fit every mold. And I think specifically, and this was people anywhere, you have to be okay with not fitting a certain mold for yourself. Some of those things that were spoken over you might not be the things that is your destiny to walk through. And so you have to really deconstruct to reconstruct. And so that's kind of where I am right now. It's a kind of a touchy place, which while now I'm all crying and boo sometimes. So I might be like muted for a few minutes while we on here, because I'm just kind of decompressing. So, but I just thank everybody for listening. Thank you for holding space. I appreciate it.
You hit it on the head, Chloe. I want to do something real quick, right? Underground Roads, thank you for what you are doing in the comments. Thank you for gifting the panel, for gifting myself, but thank you for what you're doing in the comments. Susan Renee Rogers, thank you for what you're doing in the comments. Thank you for being a part of this conversation. Mary Leg 2, thank you for what you're doing in the comments. Thank you for being a part of this conversation. I promise you all, these conversations and just what I see everybody doing, this is universally what can heal the world that we live in. This is exactly how our world was constructed. The way that I break this down, and we get into this in some of the more spiritual conversations, is the same way that you see your physical body, right? It's how we were created, in the sense of there are billions of individual cells in your body. When a part of your body has been injured or is hurt, everything else in your body stops. And the reason why you feel fatigue when you're healing from something is because your body has taken all of the resources and put the attention towards the part of your body that is hurting. That's how we are designed to function. That when one of us is hurting as one of the cells in this body, we are to take the attention and the resources and put it to that cell. And when that cell is whole, we are then collectively whole again. And until that cell is whole, we still keep the attention where we need to put it so that we are collectively getting back to 100%. And when I see you all doing what you all are doing in the comments, and when we create these spaces for this type of conversation, that is what we are doing. We're taking the resources that are needed and putting it on the person that needs it in the moment. And it is one of the most beautiful things to watch us function this way. So everybody, Elizabeth, Donald, in the comments, thank you for what you're doing. I love to see y'all loving on each other, because that's the whole point. That is exactly why we create these spaces. That is exactly why we're building this community, so that we can love on each other until we are all whole. If my brothers and sisters are hurting, I'm not whole in that moment. But thank each and every one of you for what you're doing in the comments and for what you're sharing with each other, because that's exactly what the goal is. So thank you, thank you, thank you. T. Ellis, welcome to the conversation. How are you today, ma'am?
I am doing a lot better. I'm kind of on bed rest because my blood pressure is extremely high. Um, and that's why I'm not at church right now. And plus, I guess it's meant for me to listen to you. But I was trying to go online and watch the service online, and it won't pop up. And then your invite, it came across my phone for TikTok. And you know what you just said is the reason I started even following you, because you was on a live and these they were talking about scriptures and quoting scriptures, and because I try to keep my mind right by staying on positive stuff, whatever platform I'm on. And they were talking, then they started debating about scriptures, which is unproductive. And you said if you guys don't speak the truth in love and embrace each other in a loving manner when you talking about God and the Lord and Jesus Christ, whatever you talking about, then you are unfruitful and you are not representing the God you say you serve. When you said that, my mouth dropped and I said, I'm gonna follow this dude. And I'm like, that was the only reason I followed you. I said, because that is the truth. I don't care what we doing. And I have my abrasive days too, because I come from a horrendous, tumultuous background, and God is doing a work on me. So some days I can sound really abrasive. But my heart, that's why God said he judged the heart of man and woman. Because my heart is right, and God know my intentions are pure. Cause I don't even like killing birds, and I mean not birds but squirrels. I accidentally ran over a squirrel one day, and I cried like a baby. But anyway, back to what I was saying. You that made me follow you, and I've been following you ever since. And when I see you talking, I come up because I said that is the truth from here to glory. No matter what we doing, no matter what God, if we say we serve the true and living God, we have to practice walking and talking in a loving manner. And I'm not saying without boundaries. I ain't saying let people run over you and do whatever they want and talk to you. Have boundaries, but my heart got to be right. And I have to do it with love. And that did it for me. And I've been here ever since. And what you're doing now is so profound. It's so profound. It's a move that is well needed. It is well needed. I hear the ladies on here being so transparent. The guys come on, they respect you being so transparent, and you just go with the flow, and they just go with the flow. When you cry from grief or something, it's toxins in those tears, and they being released. So that's healing within itself.
Mm, mm.
And I thank you for
Thank you,
this.
T. Ellis. I appreciate that. And one of the things that I love about what we have collectively created in this space is we don't it doesn't matter what perspective you're coming from. If I meet you at the table of love, we will always find agreement. We will always be in unison. We will always be on one accord, right? So, and that's what we are collectively creating this space for. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for those words. Thank you for your support. I appreciate every time you slide through. Definitely you calm down over there. Keep that blood pressure down. We love you. We want you to continue to take care of yourself, and make sure you staying healthy.
Thank you.
You got it. Schiff, I know you wanted to say something. What you want to add, Schiff?
Okay. So, with your permission, I just wanted to just put something out there for those who are here, who are in the space, because there are things that will be brought to the forefront for many people, right? And everybody is in different spaces. One, I want to ask that for those who are here, to get your journal out and take notation of what is happening, and when something comes to you, take note of it. The second thing is, what should be the first thing is please breathe. Everyone that's inside the room, please breathe. these conversations are meant for healing. But in the process of healing, what happens is there's things that's going to come to the surface. And so, one, everybody, please breathe. Please get some water in this space. Also, make sure that you have a journal next to you. And lastly, don't try to mitigate everything at one time. Allow Source to do what Source is going to do, because you have to still be with you when all of this is done, right? When this live is ended, when all the conversations are being had, there are things that may trigger you. So please, one, breathe from your diaphragm. Okay, be gentle with yourself. Yes. Two, go get you some water. And three, just go get a notepad so that you can actually write down some things and not try to handle all of this. And just for a code, if something comes up and is overwhelming to you, with your permission, girl dad, that they can put a heart, some kind of heart in the comment so that we'll know that something has come up. So maybe a blue heart to let us know that something is coming up, you've been triggered, or something of that sort. Just put a blue heart in there so that we know that this is something that has come up for you and that it may have triggered you and you just need a little bit more love and light. I may not say as much because I'm holding space. It takes a lot to come into a space like this and hold these conversations with light and love. And so because we do our own individual work, Elizabeth, we see you. I want to just make sure that we're covered. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that we're covered. Okay. And so I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there to secure the space and make sure that those who are in the space we're being mindful and we're caring for those who have come in and showed up.
So important, so critical, and I appreciate you for taking a moment to share that and establish that.
Um,
Lynette Lewis, we see you. We love you, sister. Connect with any of the sisters you see on this panel. They will stand with you, encourage you. Yeah, I like that. I love that, Chef. Thank you for sharing that.
um,
Yeah, my three, you had something to share, sister?
Oh, I was just going to ask, get your shift together. If we try Green Heart for mental health, maybe he can let them know that something's going on.
Yeah, the green one, you can put green in the comment if something mentally is going on, and blue if something is triggering you. We can just use those two for the day, if that works.
That works. That works. I love it. I love it.
um, uh, Girl Dad, um, I'm a certified peer advocate, and one of my things that I participate in the mental health capacity is an open door. And I don't know, I know like with my people on other social media, you know, I'm relatively new here. I keep that door open. Sometimes it's just girl talk, girl, ooh, I got a new dress. But sometimes it's the night is dark. I'm not sure I'm going to make it till morning. Can we talk? So I do have an open door policy. I don't know how to operate it through this particular social media, but I'm a 24/7 person, meaning that there is no darkness for anybody in my world. If my light, you know, on Facebook or instant messenger, some of these little lights that indicate you're available. If my light is on, I'm available. I have no privacy. There's nothing that has ever happened to me or you that I am not willing to talk about. I'm just offering a shoulder. I mean, a real, actual shoulder. I don't know why it seems like we leave the rooms. I've thought about through the week, many of you. Well, I would see your posts see your faces are happy in your post. But like me, when your face is not on that post, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? Are you eating? Are you crying in the shower? Are you alone tonight? Are you worried about making it till the morning? I have an open door policy.
I appreciate that, Auntie Crystal. Thank you for sharing that. Something that Chloe said when she was speaking that I think is important, and I want to expand on this part of it. Chloe said, and it may have been in the comment, but she pretty much was saying she's reintroducing herself to her. Here is a tool that I'm going to share with everyone that you can use in this process of, finding a reflection and an image of yourself that you love and that may be better than the image and the reflection that other people gave you. It is perfectly powerful and okay for you to speak to yourself. It is one of the greatest tools in your process of healing, especially when you're trying to detach from words and things that other people have done to you and words that other people have spoken to you that have impacted your self-esteem or your self-image or even the way that you reflect and project to the world. A tool that you can use is speaking to yourself. There's nothing wrong with looking yourself in the face and saying, I love you today. You are worthy of love. You are special to me. In talking about parent wounds and healing, for some of us, we didn't hear those words growing up. The people that were supposed to embed that confidence in us may not have spoken those words. And maybe this is one of the few spaces where you will get an opportunity to hear those words spoken by other people. But I just want to take a moment to say to you, all of you that are here, I love you. You are a very special person. Your presence is needed in this world. You have a purpose that is meaningful and that is needed in this world. Take the time that you need to speak these words to yourself whenever you feel less than the amazing being that you are. Words carry vibrations. Vibrations are able to shift things around you and things inside of you. If you don't have people that are speaking these words to you, speak them to yourself. Your vibration is just as powerful as the vibration of my voice when I speak these words to you. Take time in the morning when you start your day to speak that power of love to yourself. And if you have those expectations of people, whether they be your parents or your loved ones around you, and they're not fulfilling that expectation, you have the power to know, and I'm telling you, you can speak those fulfilling words to yourself, and it will be, if not more impactful, just as impactful as having someone else say it to you. Susan Renee Rogers, I appreciate you saying that to me. I receive that love. I receive that affirmation. I receive that. Chloe, I think you wanted to say something. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I believe someone in the comments may have said that, but I believe I definitely agree with that. And in my process, I am literally in a space of kind of retelling those stories that was spoken over myself, and really being meticulous about who's allowed to speak over me, and who I am now, because I understand that there's a lot of things that were spoken over my life before, and I didn't at the time. You don't know what you don't know. And in this space, you have to give yourself grace for what you did not know. And so, that's the thing too, but that's still, it's a progressive thing for me, and just being able to give myself grace for what I did not know. And so now I'm in a space of affirming certain things and understanding certain things personally with myself. And so I'm not sure if any of you have read the Four Agreements, but very good, very good read. And it talks about the things that we um, like agree with amongst ourselves. We don't know that we're necessarily making those agreements, but we, in my mind, I feel like a lot of our actions show that we have agreed to certain things. And so that's a thing to me that I'm working with, is kind of rearranging those agreements that I've made within myself, over myself, and those type of things. And I also want to piggyback off of what some of the ladies just said. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I wanted to piggyback off of what some of the ladies are saying. If there is anyone here who, like Conti's Crystal said, if there's anyone in here that is just, feeling away, a lot of things are being heavy. You're not the only one. There's a lot of people that might not always express what they are feeling on this app, but you are not alone in a lot of your feelings. And so allow yourself room and allow yourself time to heal. And if this space helps you, we appreciate that. We hopefully that it does. But just give yourself grace to just be present in the moment, because a lot of life and the things that are going on are taking us away from being present in the moment, be able to give us vegetation and edification off of what we receive in that time period. We cannot, and this is like a real kind of iffy struggle for me. We cannot continue to battle with our past to escape, you know what I'm saying, to figure out our future, and we are neglecting our present. And so just continue to be present in this moment, give yourself grace, and I'm just sending healing and love to everybody.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Shift, I'm gonna let you jump in here. I just want to acknowledge Rise Black Kings. I appreciate everything that you're doing in the comments, brother. I appreciate you just being here. I appreciate you sharing what you're sharing, Miss Virginia. I appreciate you as well. Cache Moan, I appreciate you, sister. I love you all. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep loving on each other. This is exactly what this type of platform and this panel is for. This is why we collectively create this space for each other, to keep loving on each other. I appreciate you all. I thank you and I love on you. Keep doing what we're doing. Go ahead, Chef.
Thank you, girl, Dad. Um, whew, just had to stretch some stuff out, right? So if I can just offer those who are in here just this. Get your shift together is just not a statement. It's more than just a statement. It's a process, right? I used to have a reset button up there because the whole thing of what I am offered and what Source has given me is to help those, or to support those on their journey of resetting and shifting, right? Took the reset button down. But here's the thing. I just want to give just a process of shifting for everyone that's in here. One, Source is all there is. Whatever you call Source, whatever your spiritual connection is, you have to start with Source. You have to start with Source. In order to get your shift together, you have to start with Source. Everything starts with Source. The second for the H is your house. This is the only residence that you will ever own. You may buy some land and all that other stuff, but this house right here, you have to be in well-being. This is a process of you and being in alignment with who you are. The I is for your identity. You have to know who you be. Not what you do, but who you be. The F is for forgiveness. Forgiving yourself for the things that you knew and the things that you did not know. Forgiving those things and freeing, because forgiveness is about freedom. Your forgiveness is tied to your freedom. And the last one, T, is about thankfulness. Being able to be thankful for the journey. I say that and I express that because people see Get Your Shift Together and they don't really understand most of the time where that comes from. I spent years of resetting and shifting to what you get to experience now. I don't take that lightly. I know that I am a part of an infinite intelligence that has an assignment that I agreed to. So when I show up as a representation or an extension of source and being a resource in a space where I can. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes I can't be in certain spaces until work is done, right? So until some things move, because I am a resetologist. I am a shift maker. And being in a space with people, shift will happen. Girl Dad and I have come together on so many times, and we shifted the whole platform at times. But I wanted to give you a process, something simplified, so that you could understand that you must start with source. Everything begins and ends with source. Whatever you call your source, that's between you and source, not me. You and source is between you and source. You have to make sure that you are well, your health, this house right here that you own, you have to make sure that you take care of this. Your well-being is important. Your well-being is essential to fulfilling the purpose and the assignment and things that Source wants you to do. Source wants you well. Source wants you whole. Source wants you happy. Source wants you to be the best, the greatest version of yourself, because Source needs you. That's the thing that I think sometimes that we don't recognize, is that for the work to be done in this earth, we have to be well. So making sure that you align with source so that this stuff can be healed. I worked jobs and I worked in environments that was so unhealthy that it took a toll on my body. To get a report, go into my 49th chapter of life, to being 49 in just a couple of more weeks, and my doctor saying to me, no more depression pills, no more anxiety pills, no more hypertension pills. I healed my leg from having a ACL a tear. So I'm not telling you something, and I'm not saying this to you from a textbook standpoint. Yes, I do have a master's and all that other stuff, but that doesn't matter. My assignment is greater than any degree. What I agree to with source is greater than any degree. So when I show up in a space, yeah, shift gonna happen, but what source said, I would not have you ignorant. So I had to explain that to you, that you have to make sure that you connect with source. Everything that you do going to start with source. Be it Allah, Buddha, Jesus, whatever you call it. That's not my position. But make sure that you line with source. Make sure that you clean this house. The things that you are carrying is causing disease inside of your body because it's not at ease. Bring yourself to a place of ease, alignment. Do some yoga. Get outside and be in some sun. Go for a walk. Do more laughing. It is essential to your health. Source wants you well. Make sure that you are identifying with what source is. Source is love. Source is peace. Source is joy. That's your identity. That's your birthright. That's your birthright. Make sure that this freedom that you have, the freedom that you have been given to be here in this time, space, reality, that you're able to flow with freedom and ease. So some of y'all gonna have to fix your focus. Some of y'all gonna have to stop being distracted. Some of y'all gonna have to tap into a different frequency once you release that identity. And you have to be thankful. There's nothing that has come upon you that you have experienced that you did not create. You are a creator. You are co-creating with the creator at all times. You are always creating. So if the reality that you're living right now you don't like, then you recreate again. You have power. You have authority. Source has given it to you. Source says, who are you are so mindful that I created you a little lower than the angels? You have forgotten your birth. Oh God, you have forgotten your birthright. Girl, Dad, what are you doing? Stop pulling this energy out of me. You have been called for such a time as this. It is your time. Source wants to do great works in you. Source wants you to be all that Source created you to be. Would you be that? Will you be who Source called you to be? Will you do the work that Source has called you to do? Don't spend too much time trying to dig up stuff. When it come up, you deal with it. When it arises, you deal with it and you release it. Only when it comes up. Don't you dig that stuff back up. Some of that stuff you ain't able to handle right now. You don't have the capacity right now. You haven't been rehabilitated in that area right now. Don't you dig up that stuff. All right, girl, dad. I say and amen.
You know,
Ooh, God.
we know that this space will always call forth what is needed in the space. Just like we know the space will always attract to it who's needed and who needs the space, right? So all that you said was what needed to be said, and I appreciate that. Cache, I know you've been patient, and I want you to jump in. I just want to say one thing that I read about maybe 30 comments ago that Underground Roads said, and it almost brought me to tears. And she was speaking to one of the sisters, so I'm gonna just say it the way I read it. She said, write a love letter to the little girl inside of you. She needs it. Listen, if I want to highlight that because I don't think we realize how powerful that is. Man or woman, write yourself a love letter. Write yourself a love letter. Use your name in the letter. And every time you need to, I need you to go read that letter. Write yourself in. And last time when we were having this conversation, one of the steps in healing was one of the steps in healing was loving yourself the way that they should have. Write yourself the love letter. There it is. That's the connection. Write yourself the love letter that your creator will write to you. There it is. Write yourself the love letter that your creator would write to you. The way that you know and you should know your creator loves you, write that letter to yourself. And every time you need to, go remind yourself how you are loved. Yeah.
Don't be making me tear up over here. What you doing?
The ball is rolling now. It's out of all of our hands now. We're collectively on this journey, and we're just gonna ride the wave together. Go ahead, Cache. Welcome, sister. I appreciate your patience.
Thanks for having me up here. Hello, everyone. So I read through your list up top, and the only thing I can really identify with is the you they created versus who you are. And all my life growing up, there was like expectations placed on me, especially since I was always gifted and anointed to sing in the choir or sing here, sing there. Oh my God, she can sing. There's something that the Most High put inside of me that would cause people to always volunteer me to sing even when I didn't want to sing, right? Even as a child, there would be people in the crowds getting healed because I sang, or I would prophesy cars and houses and land and little stuff like that. So it was a lot of expectations placed on me to be this great whatever, right? So once I didn't reach that expectation to be who they wanted me to be, they made me out to be a monster. And then I was kind of dealing with mental health issues, as after I had my daughters. And it was like, all of a sudden, when I do what you want me to do and I make you look good and I make your churches look good and Reverend so-and-so's granddaughter, when I don't make you look good and I mess up, now I'm this monster. Now I'm crazy. Now I'm evil in your eyes, right? I'm sorry. I don't know. I didn't plan to cry when I came up here.
Take your time. Take your time.
It's okay, sweetheart. Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. Don't hold it. This is the place that is meant for you to let it out.
Right. So I think the way that I was handled was very unfair. And it took maybe 8 years after my mental health break and having children earlier than expected, and not family members telling me you should have been this by now. Why are you taking so long? Just putting so much expectation on me. It felt horrible. So once everybody kind of understood what I was going through, it took about damn near 10 years. Then everybody was able to come to me and apologize. And the only reason people were able to come to me and apologize was because I was in a position to bless them and to assist them in the things they needed help with at the time. And it's like, damn, do you even really mean that? You know what I mean? Do you mean you're sorry? So, I don't know. I think the you, the me, they tried to create versus who I am is two totally different people and two totally different things. Not everything is going to be how you expected it to be, or not every person's going to wind up how you wanted them to be. Sometimes you just have to allow the path that was written for that person to walk itself out and not judge where God wants that person to be. You know what I mean? I feel like my gifting and anointing is with people who have similar issues as me, which is, mental health issues. And I realize a lot of people have mental health issues. So I think that that's a great purpose to be a part of. But yeah, that's all I wanted to share.
Chef, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. I was typing. I was trying to get you to do it. Cachet. Beautiful.
Yes, I didn't know that was going to come out.
It's okay. I love you. I love you. You know that?
I was feeling what you were saying when you were saying it. Your words were sharp and they were kind of like hitting, breaking down what needed to be broken down in my spirit. And then the host, Girl Dad, said what he said about writing a letter to yourself, and it just waterworks, girl. So yeah, I love you.
Thank you. Listen, thank you for releasing. Here's one thing I want to say, two things, and then Girl Dad, I'll just shift it back to you. I want a Girl Dad to talk on self-preservation. So that's what I was trying to type in the comments as fast as I could. So I want to say this to those who we're talking about identity. Remember that the identity is attached to the label and the expectations and all of the characteristics that comes with that actual identity and what you accept or what you have titled yourself as. And I want to say that with those identities, when we start to identify with something, one, I want everyone to know that's in the space that you are already whole and complete. That you may have been bruised and you may have experiences that has left a scar, but you're not broken. And so we spend a lot of time from time to time trying to fix things because we think that things need to be broken, that we are broken. But there's no brokenness. It's just a bruise, right? It's just a bruise. It's an incident, it's an event. And healing happens on more than just one level. You are a spirit, you have a soul, and you live in this body. And sometimes on this journey, in this time space reality, there is something that have taken place, an event, an incident or a situation that is stuck in one of the mental faculties, which is your memory. And the memory is only a screenshot of the thing that you captured at a time, and you tied an emotion to it, and now it's become this thing, this vibrational energy that's in your field. Oh, thank you, Spirit. Is vibrating. So, Cache, what you did was you took a picture, right? You took that emotion of how you felt, and you brought it back to bring the memory, which is beautiful. But then you released.
Mm-hmm.
You release, right?
Yeah.
So now what you will do with that is now you have to reframe. I saw a girl that said recode, but there's some reframing and what I call resetting that needs to happen, because it's up. You already brought it to the mental so that we can see it. You felt the emotions of it, and now that has to be recoded. The reason why I'm talking in technical things, because
Talk about that recoding. We need that right there, because stay there real quick. Don't shift from
okay,
there. Stay there real quick. And why
okay,
it needs to happen and how you do it. Stay there
okay.
real quick, please.
Okay, so the process of recoding is what I call resetting, right? There has to be, if we took the memory, you already brought the memory up, right? So it's
Mm-hmm.
there. You can't change the memory. You have to now energetically shift the vibrations of what was injured. And this is what happens in these platforms, in these rooms, is that we bring up things, but nothing is recoded, nothing is reset, right? And so there is a treatment. So how I use any injury or anything that happens before is I treat it. This is a little different from prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, Dad, know where I'm going with this. And what it does is it resets the energetic. Thank you, Source. It resets the energetic energies that was attached to the memory of the things that happened before. So, with your permission, Cache, since you brought this up, can we recode this?
Yes.
Permission to recode this. And anybody else that have anything that they was disappointed about, we're going to do. Tell me real quick. Tell me. I sense disappointment came up. Is there another emotion that you want to recode or reset?
Disappointment
Mm-hmm.
and um I don't know why this is coming to me. Unrighteous judgment.
Okay, judgment, unrighteous judgment. Okay, okay. And so with those things, man. So with those things, is it safe to say that you felt insufficient?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that you felt unloved?
Yes.
Which is just amazing. Okay, let's treat those things. Let's treat those things. For anybody else that's in here that's dealing with feeling insufficient, meaning that you're not enough, that you're inadequate, that something is wrong with you. For anybody that's in here that feels like there was judgment that was passed upon you, or that you had to be what somebody else wanted you to be, and that you was disappointment. So I hear disappointment in there as well. So I want to recode that. I want to recode that. I want that recode that. Okay, real quick. All right. This is a little different. I'm going to explain to you what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to ask you to, because you brought the memory up, I want to silence the memory, and I want to speak to your intuitive knowing. I also want to speak to the willpower. So there's 6 mental faculties. I'm only going to deal with 2 of them. I want to speak to your intuition, because that's that's your knowing, right? So I'm going to speak to the knowing first, and then I'll let Source bring in the other stuff. So what we know is right here, right now, that there's only one infinite intelligence that knows all, that supports all, that is all. It is love. It is peace. It is power. It is non-judgmental. It is enough. Infinite intelligence. I am standing in alignment and in agreement with Cache right now to speak to those spaces that were wounded, hurt, bruised, and I speak love. I speak peace. I speak power to spaces where she felt inadequate. I also hear shame coming up, so I speak to the shame. I dissolve any shame, any blame, any confusion in her mind and her heart. So I ask that you recode, that you reset, that you rewire the mind and the emotions that are attached to that memory that says that she was insufficient, that she was not loved, that she was unloved and unappreciated and devalued. And even the space that has caused judgment, that has also reflected upon her to speak judgment to herself. Spirit, I ask that you would give peace to that area and confirmation that she is enough, that she is love. That even in what looks to be an error was actually a reward for her greatest and her highest good. That you have blessed her with gifts and talents and treasures that she can share, that her voice will be restored, that she will heal people by the way that she sings when she opens up her mouth. Restore her gift. Give her back her hope and her power to know that all things work together for the good. She is good. She is whole. She is love. She is appreciated. I uplift and dissolve anything that is known contra and contrast or opposition to the words that I'm speaking to her right now. I release this into the mind, the consciousness, the heart of the infinite intelligence that we call God. Let peace abide, let love restore, and so it is.
And so it is. Now watch this, you all. Here's how, Cache, here's how you recode that memory instantly for yourself so that if it comes back up, you're about to put a different vibration on it. Close your eyes, bring that memory back up. What Schiff just spoke, every feeling that you felt that was contrary to what she just spoke, you now, as you are envisioning that memory, speak the opposite. So this is what that looks like. And I do this often. As I bring up a memory, let's say, and I'm going to do this right in front of you all so that you learn how to recode things for yourself. I bring up memories of my son. And there were moments where I would bring up those memories and I would feel like I disappointed him. The way I recode that memory and attach a different energy to it is, he's proud of me and I'm proud of him.
Yes, yes.
If I bring up another memory where I felt like I didn't love on him enough and that memory causes me pain, I'm going to, in this moment in front of you all, attach a different vibration to it.
Yes, yes.
He knows that I love him and he knew that I loved him then. Whenever doing that right there, that process right there, close your eyes, think of the memory that has those negative attachments to it that hurt you every time it comes up. Close your eyes, bring that memory to your mind's eye, and then speak the vibration that you now want to attach to that memory. So that when that memory comes up again, the vibration that you will feel, see, and hear are the words that you're speaking onto it right now. That's how you recode a memory. And that's what Shift just did. But I want you all to know you can do that in your
Same.
presence, in your own space, for yourself, for everything. Even the memories that may be attached to your upbringing. Even the memory that may be attached to other people. When you bring up that memory in your mind's eye, speak the vibration that you now want attached to it.
Amen. Yes,
By
yes.
speaking that vibration, you're attaching that vibration to that vision in your mind's eye. So the next time that your mind recalls that vision, the vibration that you just spoke is now attached to it. Now, what some of you will experience is as you're doing this, you may bring up a memory after that exercise and you still feel that pain. Do it again. Do it again every time that memory comes to your mind's eye and the vibration that you feel is not the vibration that you want. Speak the vibration that you want. Attach it to it. Keep doing it. Your mind is like a computer hard drive. It records an event like what Schiff was just explaining. It records an event and there's a vibration attached to it. That vibration we
Yes.
describe as emotions.
Yes, yes.
This exercise that we're talking about will go into that hard drive
Yes,
and
yes.
rewrite that memory. If you do it diligently,
Yes, yes.
that is how you recode a thing in your mind's hard drive. Close your eyes, bring it up. Whatever the emotion, the vibration that is attached to it, speak the vibration that you want now attached to it. And if you do, and if you that memory comes up again and you feel that vibration that you don't want, speak it again. This is how you shift the vibration that's attached to a memory. Each and every one of you have the
Yes, yes.
ability to do it.
Yes.
Without judgment. Here's the thing. Without judgment. When you judge a thing good or bad, there's a vibration that goes with that judgment. Part of it, listen, now if you can't now, so what I just did took practice. I'm not going to tell you that's something that one of my spiritual teachers taught me how to do. That was not something that I just did just off of that, right? But when the simplest way, and what Girl Dad is saying as well, is this: when it comes up, I want you to understand how your emotional guidance system works. Your emotional guidance system is there to bring to your physical, your awareness. Once you become aware of a thing, you have it. It's there. One, give thanks to all of your cells telling you that this is something that came up. Thank you. And you speak to it. Thank you for showing up for me today. This is how I used to play with it before I started treating it, right? When something would happen, I would go, thank you. Thank you for telling me. I know that you're there. Even when I wake up in fear, when I wake up in doubt, no matter what the emotion is, I acknowledge it because it's brought to my awareness. I acknowledge it without judgment. Without judgment. And when I acknowledge it, I just say, thank you. You just brought that to my attention. Then I tap in. I go down the shift list. The first thing I say, okay, Source, what we doing with this? I literally have a conversation with myself and whatever just showed up. Before the T is about the treatment. That's the last part. Right? So I automatically deal with Source and I go, so okay, Source, you just brought this fear is here. It's trying to get my attention. Everything that is triggered within you is actually tied to what you're going to focus on. What focus goes, energy flows. So if you walk into a space and someone says something that brings up a memory inside of you, is only there to say, hey, we're still here. I just wanted to get your awareness. That anger that you just said, you just cussed that lady out. It's only got your awareness. Without judgment, just go, okay, I could have done that differently. See, these processes that Girl Dad and I are talking about, what happens is it happens over time. You have to become a deliberate creator of your own reality. You have to become deliberate and intentional with getting your shift together.
Yes.
Like every day, I get up and something doesn't feel right. Okay, what's that? I ask myself, you're the only one who has spent all this time with you. You know you better than anybody on this planet. So you have to become familiar with you again. You have to tap and tune in to you and say, okay, one of your quickest way, you think that the memory comes up first, but it's the emotion that comes up first. You feel it first before you even think it. Sometimes you think it and then it brings up the feeling based off of where you're focused at. But as soon as it comes up, you acknowledge it. You acknowledge it and say, hey, I see that you have come to visit me today. See, one of the challenges I think that we have is that we want to bury things. We want that's what depression is, y'all. Let me just bring some real language to this. That's what depression is you taking whatever showed up and you pressing it down. You're just pressing it down because you don't really want to touch it. Ouch, it hurts. Yeah. It feels uncomfortable. It's trying to express itself to you. You know how on this app people have been saying, and you'll come across people like, you've been triggered. It's been trauma to say. It's only trying to get your awareness because it wants you to what? Let me just show you this one thing. It just wants you to love on it. It just wants your love and appreciation for what it came up. When it comes to your anxiety, it only erases when you're in environments that you're off of alignment. It will only, these things, these emotional ties that you have to things, these triggers and things of that nature will only show how disconnected you are from source. Only shows how, so if anxiety comes up, right? Anxiety comes up or depression comes up, one, I can identify and say, ooh, in my awareness, where that came from? Then I check in. What you been thinking about? Did something just happen? What one done came up for you? What is it? Because everything has, listen, y'all, here's another part. Everything has come to serve you. Your emotional guidance system, the anxiety, the depression is there to serve you. It's there to get your attention. Once you become aware of it, now you can actually be with it. And I think that our emotional guidance system, and these things, these depression and anxiety and all that stuff, one shows you how of disalignment you are, but it also brings about awareness, but it also wants your love and your attention. Let's go back to where it says as parents, because some of this stuff is triggered by the parent, right? At times that you had conversation. What would you have wanted from the parent? Sometimes you got to parent yourself.
So if I may real quick, Chef, and what you all are hearing right now is really like life's guidance. What you're being told is you are creating and you have the power to create the reality that you live in. Simone, you asked for something and we're going to touch on what you asked for, and I'll bring it up because I remember what you asked for. What you're being told right now and what your information you're getting right now, all of us, is you're being reminded of who and what you really are.
Mm-hmm.
What we've done and what we've been conditioned to do, whether it be by religion or whether it be by teaching, is we've been conditioned to feel like we are powerless beings at the whim of a creator and his adversary. And we are just the subjects of this battle. That is not the reality of your existence. The reality of your existence is you are a piece of the infinite being that created you and put you here. But beyond that, you have been given the power to create just like that creator the reality that you're living. How do you effectively use that power? First of all, you have to identify and understand that you have it. Secondly, you have to understand that your thoughts, your words, and then your actions are the motive or the motor that creates this reality. So, Simone asked a thing and said, Shift, can you pray? And Simone, you typed this, so I hope it's okay if I say it. Can you pray over alcoholism that she's experienced? And then there was a few other words. But Simone, the reason I'm putting emphasis here and what Shift is saying is, you have the ability within your words to speak with confidence of knowing what you are saying to be so, what you desire her to do for you. Now, as you speak that thing, we are going to stand in energetic one accord with you. That as you speak it in your energy, because it's what you desire for you, so you have to speak it for you. But as you speak it, we are going to be in energetic accord with you, believing that what you are speaking over yourself, that it is so. That is this, what we're talking about is the concept of one can put 1,000 to flight, two can put 10,000 to flight.
Better come on.
The reason why one can put 1,000 to flight is because in you is the power to do that, putting that thing to flight. In you is the power to speak. Whatever it is that your mind finds challenging, your vibration of your words can switch that thing in your mind. Just like how when you go to therapy, all the therapist is doing is what? Using the vibration of their words to shift in your mind something that may have been that way for longer than you may even understand. That same process, word vibration, changing thoughts, is something that you can also do. The reason why it's effective with a therapist is because when you sit down, in your belief, you know that they have the power to do that to you. So when they start doing that thing, it works. Because in your sitting down with a therapist, you believe they have the knowledge, the understanding to say the things that you need to hear to shift you from where you are. What Shift is explaining to you is, in that same belief system that the therapist has the words, you can sit in a space of knowing you too have the words. Your verbal vibration has the power to shift things not only in your mind, but to also shift things around you. So, Simone, what I would say is, in this moment, whether you want to, I think you should definitely verbalize it. But if you wanted to, what you would have had Shift pray or speak over you, speak it, type it, write it. Write it in your own pad somewhere. Speak it to yourself and believe that by you speaking it, not just her doing it, but by you speaking it, the transition can happen in your life because the vibration of your words, the same vibration that we're told the Creator spoke things into existence. This same idea of the power of vibration is what we also possess. That is why I can walk up to a person and by speaking love into that person, knowing that my vibration holds that power, I can shift their whole day. The same way that if you don't understand your vibrational power, a person can come and speak something negative to you and change your whole demeanor, change your whole mood, and shift your whole day. That is the power of the vibration in your words. You have to know that you possess that power, and then you have to effectively start using that power.
So, Girl Dad, can you give a very brief one sentence something? Because I think sometimes
She said it. She said it. Hold on. I need everybody to read what Simone just typed, and I want us to align. Whether it's you closing your eyes, whether it's you reading it, send your energy to that. In fact, Simone, we're going to repeat what you just said for yourself to stand in energetic alignment with you. You are
Amen.
free from alcohol. You are free from fear of judgment. Your mind has been shifted from drinking.
Drinking alcohol. Yes,
Every
yes.
single time those thoughts come back to you, Simone, I need you to speak that, knowing
Yes, yes.
that in you is the power to accomplish what you just wrote, sister.
Yes, yes. That was it.
And it is so.
So, and so it is.
And so it is. Go ahead,
No,
Chef.
no. That was
That
perfect.
was it.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
Sometimes I think, like you and I be knowing certain things of how to get into certain spaces. I just want to make sure she knew exactly what it is that she had available to her, and just to give her a starter. That was all I was
That
asking.
was it. That was
But she
it.
gave it to herself. She know that's the thing.
She
You have a
thought it.
power. You have dominion.
Can,
You have authority. You have power.
can,
Dominion, authority, power. You have those three.
yeah. And can I say something?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Get the shift. I need to turn my camera on, but I look horrible because I was
You
feeling
see
kind of
this?
bad. um, I wanted to piggyback on what you were saying because I'm gonna say this: you have mastered the ability to speak um the word in a non-Christianese way to practically say it where people get it without being offended by a religious or legalistic spirit. I am I'm following you. I'm gonna listen. I love that. I love teachers like that. Um but I want to piggyback on the fact when you were saying your mind your you gotta believe. And I heard girl that talking about therapists, and I'm a therapist, and he right. That is all we do. We just and we put names to issues and problems that people have that they don't know about. Cause I study, and so they don't have time to study, so they pay me to do research for them. And all I
Mhm.
do is put names to different feelings and emotions, and I tell them what they doing and how to redirect, like he just said, that energy. I reshift, I reframe, I help them navigate life and what they saying and all that. Um, but I also want to say this practically when to go along with what you all are saying about the mind changing and speaking life. Also remember this that your brain has cells called neurons,
Yes, yes.
and it's another way I'm gonna say it is neuroplasticity.
Yes, yes. Come on.
What they are saying is absolutely the truth based on if you just go to look at a biology, if you study biology and how we are made, how our brains are made. When we're talking,
Mm.
what is going on right now is changing your neuroplasticity.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's changing it whether you want to or not. If you listen close enough, you keep on listening and keep on listening. And only way it won't change is that you deny it and denounce it. Like I
Yes.
heard somebody say, you have to believe it. But if you just say, yeah, I like that, I agree with that, and you keep coming around this energy, your I'm gonna say your pathway,
Yes, yes.
your
It would expand.
neuroplasticity pathway is changing.
Yes, yes. Come on. I felt that.
So I just want to add that too, just in case it's somebody like I'll say the enemy, I'll say it's a doubt come there. No, it's going to happen because your brain, you have a brain, don't you? So it's going to do that. Your brain is going to change.
Yes, yes.
It is. You just stay around. I love it. When I learned that, that was so liberating to me because everything I've been through. But when I wrote the book about my life and I did a autobiography for women who've been essayed and men too. And I researched, and they said it's a high percentage of people who had children by their fathers and cousins, and that they were, need medicine, and some of them in the crazy house. And I was like, man, God, but like you say, source. Really, I like the way you say that. Your so has really, he did a miracle on
Yes,
me.
yes. Come
He
on.
did a miracle on me. I say he's still in the miracle working business. He did a miracle
Yes, yes.
because before my husband passed, I used to just say, babe, don't you look, you see what God, and you see how God, he would be like, babe, I'm here to just help you. I'm just here to help you. That's my assignment. He said, and I see what he's done. He said, you made what I went through look like nothing. But I said, it was something to you. Trauma is your trauma. Don't compare the traumas. That was your trauma. But he said, I'm so proud of you. He said, because if you're an example that if God can do it for you, he can do it for anybody. He's real and he'll do it. But then I started studying the brain, and what you just talking about, and you and girl dad talking about energy and stuff, energy and pathways. And once you put them two together, because I heard somebody say, not just praying. Praying helps, but not just praying. Once you put it together, put all the pieces of the puzzle together,
Mm-hmm.
and all the pieces are here. We just got to find them. They all here. They all here. And this panel, this platform is a big piece of the puzzle. And I thank y'all. And I'm going to get off here because I'm tired.
Get
Get you
some
some
rest.
rest, Ellis. Get you some rest. And I'm gonna tell you, this is the beauty of when love is at the core of it, because we know the source is love, right? It'll always connect. The science, the math, the like all of it will always connect, because when we know that the source and God is love and love is at the core of it, it'll always make sense no matter where it comes from. So I appreciate you adding those medical legal terminologies for the people that needed it to connect that way. But definitely get you some rest, sister. And we here with you. We love you.
Love you
Love
too.
you
Bye
too,
bye.
Ellis.
Love you too. Bye bye.
Be
All right.
well.
So let's do this real quick. Because I know Mario jumped on. Honey has been patiently waiting. Becky, I know you had your hand raised. Were you just going to check on Cachet? Is that what you wanted to do, or you had something you wanted to add?
No, I just had something I wanted to add, but it's okay. You can go ahead.
No, no, go ahead. Go ahead. You good.
Mm.
Speak your piece.
So I just wanted to kind of piggyback and summarize what was already said, actually, in just one other way, in case somebody else needed to hear it that way. Because when we're children, we obviously see things through a child's lens, and those synaptic connections that Mama Ellis was talking about, those are formed by those first bonds with our parents. We've been conditioned in their mindsets and things. So our inner voice tends to be a little harsher than any external voice. So becoming intentional about the way that you speak to yourself, the grace that you so easily like extend to others needs to be directed to yourself. Like, I was thinking about how somebody in the comments had said writing that love letter to yourself. Another thing that I've done is speak to myself the way I would a child. That same gentleness, that care, that kindness, that empathy, that understanding, because the cognitive distortions that we tell ourselves can be the most detrimental. Because if we look at it in the bigger picture, our childhood is literally the smallest portion of our lives, but that can run like the entire lifespan by the things that we reinforce. So those cognitive distortions sometimes can cause, sustain, and reinforce those negative mindsets that were put in place by someone else. So if we do the reframing of the catastrophizing and the jumping to conclusions and things like that, those simple reframings can change the way we look at things. And that's all I wanted to say.
You know what I'm gonna start doing? What I'm gonna start doing is I'm just gonna start these lives, get all y'all in the panel, and then I'm gonna just leave and go do stuff. Cause y'all got this locked down. I'm still gonna be listening, but I know like with y'all on here, I don't have to say much. I'm gonna just start the live. let y'all jump in, get all y'all situated, and then I'm gonna start like cleaning up. I'm gonna start pressing shirts, like ironing clothes for the next. Cause y'all, listen, I love
You
it.
ain't see me over here doing yoga. I have to
I
get this
love it.
energy
I
up.
love it.
No, cut it out. We still need you. But like I just want to give an example of because like I used to do this really, really bad. Like I would knock over a glass or something and it makes a lot of noise. Now I feel like everybody's looking at me. They think I'm horrible and I'm useless and I made like the worst mistake of my life. But if I took it out of that context and took myself out of it, I would be like, oh, just because I made a mistake, it doesn't mean I'm useless. They probably just want to make sure I'm okay. So basically the same thing that Get Your Shift said, but just putting it in like a practical application and being intentional because it's so subtle. Sometimes you don't even recognize that you're doing it. So you have to like really take the pause to analyze it and then be intentional about reframing it. That's it. Go ahead,
So
honey.
real quick, and then I'm gonna let Honey jump in, and then Mario, welcome to the panel, brother. I'll let you jump in after Honey. To that point, I'm gonna be very transparent with you all. My my drive and my drive that will not accept failure came from the place that she's talking about. Here's how, and that's some people are like, yo, that's a good thing, but let me show you how it plays out. Because I associated the language that other people spoke to me as a failure. And I saw myself as flipping that to a point where, yeah, I'm absolutely not going to be a failure and I'm not going to fail at anything I do because I was flipping that thing. As good as that seemed to people, the internal torments that I would put myself through to not fail was not healthy. The lack of grace that I would give myself when I did fail was not healthy. Let me show you simple ways that this thing plays out if you don't really dig into it. If I'm driving somewhere and I miss my turn, I used to like it would eat me up for like 10 minutes. Simple mistakes that I would make, I would internally just rip myself to pieces because I was flipping something that I thought was negative and getting a positive outcome from it, but I wasn't dealing with it. I wasn't dealing with it. I just flipped it, but I never dealt with it. And thinking sometimes that's what we do. We take the thing and we learn how to flip it so that we're getting a positive outcome and we think, oh, it's done. I've dealt. No, you haven't dealt with it. You just flipped it because internally it is still causing torment inside of you. You got to deal with that thing when it comes up. But I just wanted to expand upon that. Honey, I appreciate you being so patient. What is
Of
that on your
course.
profile? Before you jump in, tell us
Uh,
what that is.
that's just can you hear me all right?
Yes.
That's just a dress that I'm wearing, and I'm in my friend's rose garden. Um, it's a pretty funky dress. It's not a Halloween costume, but it is pretty funky.
I like it. I like it. I like it. It looks good. Thank you for being
Thank
patient.
you.
Welcome to the conversation. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you for having me. I'm so glad that Chloe in the comments sent this live to me. I've never been in one of your lives before, and I followed you about 3 minutes into hearing the conversation because these are the type of conversations that I look for on this platform. I I've realized when it comes to healing and finding my purpose that my purpose is to share my story and to share it through my healing process as well. Um, I used to, when I was a child, I was very neglected and was in a very bad situation for a long time. And I used fiction books to escape mentally from what I was experiencing. I never dealt with anything, never talked about it in school, never told anyone what I was going through. And then when I was about 19 years old, I got in an abusive relationship with a man, and he SA'd me, and that's how I became pregnant with my son. And again, I just pushed down all of what I was going through, never told anyone, never got any help, never even charged him with anything, just ran away from what I was dealing with. And I experienced my whole pregnancy alone. I almost passed during my pregnancy and the birth, and a week after I gave birth. And I was doing it all by myself for so long. And I had a man, a friend of mine, for 7 years prior, come into my life and try to show me love and be there for me about when my son was about 4 months old. And I just projected all of my trauma onto him. And I treated him exactly how I wish that I could have treated the man that got me pregnant. And we parted ways when my son was 10 months old, and I started developing a drinking problem. I I um I suffered with alcoholism for years after that, and it took an episode of psychosis. I didn't sleep, didn't eat. All I had was energy drinks and alcohol for 3 weeks, and um, it took an episode of psychosis for me to get help that I would never ask for otherwise. My family had to step in and take my son for a couple months while I worked on myself, and I've been sober now for 14 months, and I've been healing for those 14 months. And, just recently, the man that came into my life when my son was 4 months old has reached out to me again. And I have to only think of that as divine timing, that I finally processed what I've gone through and that I'm finally able to heal. And someone in the comments was talking about healing and forgiving when you've gone through SA. And I personally, the word forgiving is it's just too traumatic for me. But what I can do is I can let go of the pain attached to him. I can let go of the incident, and I can recognize that I wouldn't be the person that I am so proud of today without him doing what he did to me. And I can realize that I have been given a beautiful gift. My son is an amazing young man. I'm so happy that I have him in my life. And because of motherhood motivating me to be a better person, to heal from my trauma, I am able to have even more sympathy for where my mother was at when she was being a neglectful parent, because I now have a different perspective now that I am a parent. Um, it's not necessarily about forgiveness. Isn't saying that what happened was okay. It's it's taking your power back, if that makes sense. And that's what I've chosen to do. Instead of, hiding and trying to write fiction novels like I've been doing as a passion for since I was a child. I've decided to write my story, and I've decided to journal about my healing process, and I'm hopefully going to publish it in the next couple years as I'm going through it. And hopefully when I'm able to even put it a little further past me, um, I can write another book about where I'm at then. But I'm taking my power back and taking my healing process into my own hands with the help that I wasn't allowing myself to get. I'm in therapy. I go to AA. I have a sponsor. I go to 3 hours of therapy a week, 2 hours of group, and one-on-one for an hour. Um, and I'm in what I call my spiritual boot camp era. I am healing and I'm growing and I'm changing. And because of that, the man that was supposed to love me when I had him has come back into my life, and we're going to grow and change, and he's going to be a part of my son's life again, and I'll have his friendship again, which I'm really looking forward to. Um, yeah, that's a little bit about me. I really appreciate this platform. I really appreciate the topic, the food for thought of today. I really needed to hear a lot of what's been said. So thank you so much.
Honey, while you were speaking, I just want to let you know so many people in the comments have been expressing how proud of you they are. Um, I want to amplify their voices. Um, your story is one of power, and the way that you explained forgiveness just now and taking back the power is beautiful. Um, I'm 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 blown away by just hearing your story and hearing where you are now. The only one thing I would say to you when you speak about your writings and what you're going to do, remove that word hope. Speak it as a definitive. All of us here are standing with you and in knowing that not only will you do what you've stated you're going to do, but so many people are going to be impacted by your work. But going forward, when you speak of your work, speak it, remove that word hope, speak it as a definitive, because we know it's going to be.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being amazingly you. Thank you for persevering. Thank you for overcoming. And thank you for seeing your experience as a way to help other people. Because as we said earlier, that's what we're all here for. A thing that is not of service, there's nothing of value that doesn't serve. Anything that does not serve, we call it useless. So as we look for our purpose and as we look for meaning to this life and meaning to why we're here and all these things, at the core of it is to be of service to the human whole, to be of service to each other, to love on one another the way that we're doing right here in this platform and in this space. So to know that after all that you've been through and all you've overcome, you see the power in serving other people and using your experience to serve other people. You have captured the understanding of this world better than most people. So congratulations to you on your sobriety. Congratulations to you on your book. Congratulations to you on everything that you're working on. We're going to give you your pre-congratulations because we already see the end of it. So
Thank you.
congratulations to you on everything that you're doing.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone in the comments. I really appreciate reading back your comments. Thank you.
Schiff, you wanted to add before we go to Mario?
I just wanted to give her some flowers. Oh man, what a beautiful, beautiful life unfolding before us. You are a master manifester too. To be able to attract back unto you love, shows that what happened to you did not define you or hold you back. it was just a part of the journey, right? But you were able to call back love. Society said that you're not supposed to love, but you said, you know what? I'm a lover. I'm a lover of life. Yeah. I may not have treated myself to the highest vibration or the highest standard, but once I got my shift together, baby, I'm in my shifting now. Yeah. Listen, you're so magically delicious right now. And I just love that you shared that with us. I do want to just add this part about forgiveness. It's never for the person who did the assault, it is for you. And so once you just continue to forgive and love yourself and appreciate yourself, just put a little love on you. Listen, what the other person does is none of your business. You just keep pouring the love of forgiveness on you. That's
And
all.
yeah, and for a long time that the word forgiveness was so hard for me to understand. And I shared a little bit about how it felt like saying it was okay. And I know that a lot of SI survivors struggle with forgiveness because it feels like it's saying it's okay. So I just wanted to reiterate, what you just said of it's more about taking your power back and
Absolutely.
um uh, and and recognizing that, like, you know, um
You know what I heard when you said
the
that?
things that happen to us don't define us.
You know what I heard when you said that about the word forgiveness? I just
Mhm.
heard Source say it for me. Every
Mhm.
time you think about anything, just say, oh, for me? Oh, that was
Yeah.
for me? Oh, okay, I'm going to do this because it's for me? If we could just like really hear, like when something happened, but like, oh, that was for me. You ever received a gift and somebody gave you something without judgment, right, of the thing that happened? It doesn't excuse the thing. It does not say that the thing didn't exist. But if you say, oh, so that was for me, you love me. Okay, that was for me. I just, my shifting ears hear things differently when things are going on in the room. So not dismissing or minimizing the experience at all. But when you are whole and complete and you are in total wellness with yourself, you find a level of appreciation for all that was for you. All that was for you. I've experienced some of those things too. But with love and light, I received the part that Source gave for me. Because with that, I'm able to shift the whole room. I can have a conversation with the things that you have been through or you have been added unto you. Now you actually can walk into a room and you can speak to an audience of people. Your book now has a different kind of purpose because of what you're going to write from your vantage point. So it was for you. And
Yeah.
then when you say the Source, oh, you were mindful of me. You allowed this to happen to me because you knew that I can handle it. You knew that not only could I handle it, but you knew that I would use it. That I would take all of this. See, that's what I've been able to do with things that happen in my life. I use it
Mhm.
for a greater good,
Mhm.
for a higher purpose.
Yeah.
I love you, honey. You sweet. You so
Thank
sweet like
you.
honey.
And it's hard because I I don't like thinking about everything happening for a reason sometimes because I don't think anyone deserves to go through even half of what I've went through in my life. But at the same time, I wouldn't be someone that I'm proud of today if I didn't go through it. And so I hold space for both of those feelings.
Yes, yes. And that's the beauty of it because you can hold space for you as well as you can hold space for somebody else. Did I want to have those assaults happen to me? No. I wouldn't wish the things that happened to me as well on no one else. But when you see right now, the tears that's coming up is just still cleansing out the things that may have held itself tightly to you. But love conquers all, right? And so now when you stand in the space, when I mean you're there. You're there. It's unfolding before you. It's unfolding before you. And when I say that I give appreciation for it, meaning that I get to use it now. It doesn't use me. When you're in total forgiveness of you and you in total love and appreciation of you, not the thing. I now use what could have destroyed me to serve someone else. Not only to serve somebody else, but serve me. And now I become better. Not bitter, but I become
Exactly.
better. So just use all of it. I told God I use everything, every experience, everything, every heartache, every black eye. I'll use it. I'll use it all. I will leave this place empty because I've given out everything that I came to give. I'm going to use it all. That's all I'm saying to you, sis. Just use it.
That's
Thank you.
y'all. You listen, listen, listen.
Wait, what was that? Y'all, you what?
I'm trying to get my shift together. Hold on, give me a second.
Mario, did you hear
Can I
that?
jump in there real quick while we
Absolutely,
still in
brother.
it?
Go ahead.
I came on to say something else, but I feel like Source is telling me to unpack this word a little bit. So I'm just gonna be obedient. I'm in my obedient phase right now.
Go ahead.
So I completely understand why the word forgiveness carries so much weight. But I just want to say how I process the word forgiveness, to forgive. Okay. So to forgive is to understand that you're giving and what for. Okay. So what you're actually giving back is the acceptance of the reality that was either through that experience or the reality that they gave you. And it has just like Auntie said, it had nothing to do with them. Forgiving them is not for them. It's you giving back the qualities of you that weren't in alignment with you, that you accepted from that experience. And the for is just forever. We only forgive once. We only forgive once. There's no need to forgive anybody for the same thing more than once. Once you've given that acceptance back of that reality, it's no longer you will no longer enter that experience the same. So I just want to throw that real quick.
Man, that's. Hold on, Mario. I want you to stay there a little bit. Say that one more time. Giving back.
So you will be giving back the acceptance of the reality that was created through that experience, or the reality that they gave you.
And I think naturally in doing that, oh, that's good. In doing that, as you say here, this is the reality you gave me from this experience. I'm giving you this, and naturally doing that, and I'm taking back what's mine. I'm giving you what's yours, and I'm taking back what's mine. Oh man,
For
that's
sure.
good.
And when I first joined the live, I was listening for a while, and as there was another lady talking, I was in my Uber, so I couldn't really see who it was, but I heard Auntie speaking with her about the word enough, and she was mentioning a few other things, and the word enough has been something that I've been processing over the last few weeks or so. And I've kind of come up with some rules for myself. And I don't know if this will help anybody else out, but it for sure gave me a clear road, a clear road of how to process. So when I look up the definition of the word enough, it means to have as much or as many as required. Okay, required is the important word here. Having as much or as many as required. Now, when you look up the word perfect, it says having all that is required. To be enough is to be perfect. Okay, and the reason that I really want to have some some weight to this word enough is because so many people saw the word enough as it's just acceptable. This is the bare minimum. This is, this is the get by word. But in fact, enough is what it is to be perfect. And that's major to me because we have no control over being perfect because if enough is having as much or as needed, having as much or as many as required, all of that has been provided to us by source anyways. We have we have no control over being enough. We have no control over being perfect. What we do is, if you act out of these three rules, you will be acting outside of perfection, okay? And these three rules are to accept it, to use it, and to give it. And in anything with source, the moment you choose not to accept something, the moment you choose not to use the thing, and the moment you choose not to give it, you're acting outside of perfection, or outside of what it is to be perfect. And I want to just be really clear on what I mean by what those sources are. I'm not saying other people's realities, other people's perceptions. I'm talking source, the things that are provided through whoever you believe God to be, whoever you believe source to be, or the universe. These things are provided for us. Before we were here, it's going to still be here after we leave, and we have no control over it. So just stand in your perfection. Everybody, stand in your perfection. And you were made this way, regardless what it is. That if you don't feel perfect, just ask yourself, what am I not accepting from source? What am I not properly using from source? And what am I not giving that's still in alignment with this source? The moment one person acts out of alignment with that, it affects so many other people that was supposed to reach. So yeah, I just want to come on real quick and just talk about that a little bit. But I'm gonna go back on mute so I can get in this storage unit.
Ouch, nephew.
This is what y'all gonna do today? This is what y'all doing today, huh? This is what's going on today. I see.
Oh God.
Man, this recent journey I've been on is the best thing that ever happened to me.
Ooh.
The best thing that ever happened to me, yo. I promise you.
Ooh. Listen, I'm so full right now, nephew.
Becky, did you want to say something, ma'am? Auntie Crystal, if you want to chime in, I'll transition. If not,
Auntie's in the classroom today. Auntie's in the classroom today. She's sucking it in. She breathing new air. She's just loving every moment of it.
So, Auntie Crystal.
My children are growing so beautiful.
So, Auntie Crystal, I do have to say that nephew Mario has called me Auntie since the beginning of time. And so he's been saying, Auntie, Mario, can I please introduce you to our auntie is Auntie Crystal.
Is this Great Aunt Crystal?
That's Great Aunt Crystal.
Great Aunt Crystal.
Great Aunt Crystal. All right.
Because you know what? Because Great Aunt Crystal has learned today how to get her shift together.
Amen.
Listen, you never, ever too old to learn something. I mean, the conversation has caused me to make some notes. I will be spending a whole nother, y'all, it was a hard week already because I was working from last Sunday, but oh boy. I mean, the 4 agreements, Chloe brought the 4 agreements. I got to go check that. Y'all talking stuff here. Enlightenment to the nth degree. I can't take it. I can't take it.
That great is for knowledge too, not as an age.
Okay.
Just want to make that clear.
Say that again, son.
I said, and that great for great aunt is for knowledge, and not great
Well,
because of age.
well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I do want to speak to Honey for just a second. Honey, you writing my story on Accept the Child. Okay? You keep writing. You know, I didn't discover I could write until I started writing fiction. And now I'm writing the story of my life, having passed and a whole lot of other things. But you all are, oh gosh. I told y'all last week, y'all give me such great hope. Sometimes through the week, I felt I pushed myself a little bit too hard. I had to take a day off. I was sitting there thinking about Becky with the good hair. She had the cute little thing with her daughter, and then girl dad with his daughter. And I was thinking, look how my children are doing in this world with their children. I worry about that. Y'all know I do. Because y'all have to carry on when those of us that have tried, not maybe accomplished as much as we could with what we had to work with, leave. Y'all are going to be prepared to carry on and enrich those that y'all are bringing in to the universe. And I like the concept where we don't give it a name, okay? Where we don't call it anything specific, because then we can all gain acceptance that there is a greater I than this. I like that, because that's a part of where our wars start, when we put the names on it. I want to go back just a moment to the titles before we take the conversation elsewhere. Every title we give ourselves is important as well. I didn't start calling myself a queen until just a couple of years ago. But now I own my queenness. If you could, it has given me ego even that I didn't used to have. And the moment that I said I was a queen, I worked to understand my kingdom and what my reign in my kingdom meant. As mothers and fathers, we have to take that and understand what that really meant. The word mother and father means neuter. It doesn't mean you have power. It means you mean just neuter. So as we change the definition and titles, we're going to make achievements that we couldn't before. You're on the right track. I'm telling you. I see it. I'm just here watching, learning, and grateful that y'all are doing this. And every time you ring this bell and say, I'm going to be here, I'm going to be here with you if I can. Because I got to take this back to the heads, the old heads. And I got to go sit down with these folks and tell them, listen, y'all, these young folks are getting it together and we got to work with them. We got to start evolving our ideas and letting go of whatever we're carrying still. And there's a lot in this boomer thing that are frustrating me very much, because we're not seeing things from different aspects. We're stuck. So I'm here listening, learning, and believe me, I'm going to carry it away. Spread it around.
I
Yo,
love that. I love that. That was beautiful, Crystal.
so two things really quick, two housekeeping matters, right? Y'all know when you start these lives, you set a goal. I pick random stuff just because I feel like I'm supposed to as I'm going live. So Rise Black King, Crystal Freeman, my brother Stony, And Jess just came in here and just blew the whole goal out the water. And I'm like, what's going on? What happened? Hey, thank you to y'all. Like I said, when I pick the goal, I just pick something and randomly put it up there. As you saw, I never even mentioned it during the live, but much love to y'all for doing that. I greatly appreciate y'all. As I say that, I also want to share something with everybody, right? And I don't know if my brother Stoney is still in here. Stoney, if you are, just say something so they can see your page and can follow you. If you all wonder where I hide out, if I'm not live, or where I go reset, and where I go get my shift together, and where I go feed, I go over there and hang out with Stoney. That's my brother right there. A lot of what I've learned in my 20-year journey, and a lot of what the understanding that I gained, I didn't have a reference for any of that information. It was just spiritually seeking it and finding the things that resonated with me, and then following wherever I was led to. It wasn't until I found Stoney on TikTok that it all made sense, and I got the confirmation beyond what I had just received. And it was through engaging with Stoney that I was like, okay, here's somebody that not only knows way beyond what I know, but he has the knowledge, and he's read enough to where it confirmed all of the things that I've learned. And sometimes I go on Stoney's page and I go on the platform and I just sit there so that anybody that follows me can find their way to that information. So go follow that brother. That's my brother. Go follow him. Everything that we do here is the same foundation. It's all love. In fact, I'll be honest, Stoney runs what he calls a love drive-through, where as people come in, he just loves on them. And at the core of all that we do here is the same foundation over there. It's all about love and healing and loving on each other so that we can experience this life in the fullness that we're intended to experience it in. So definitely go follow my brother. Hang out over there. If you're wondering where I'm hiding out at, where I go get my shift together, that's where I go, right? That's where I go to get that extra boost and that extra feeling, because I know we're on the same foundation, and I know that brother is rooted in love, in the way that he shares his love, and the way that he gives of himself inspires and motivates me every single day. So I just want to acknowledge my brother and show him some love, show you all some love for killing that live goal. I don't even know what it means that I reached that goal. I don't know what's going to, but I appreciate y'all for getting us there. And I appreciate everybody that's here in the conversation. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Becky, did you want to say something? Because I'll transition us to a point that I want to drive on real quick.
Transitional.
Okay. So this other topic here that says protection, fear, and experience in parenting your children. Where my mind was on that is, and I'll simplify it in this analogy. Think of the idea of walls, right? Oftentimes when things happen to us, we build walls in those areas of our lives to protect ourselves. The building of walls and the concept of protecting yourself is one way to look and think of a wall. If you dig down into it, though, you're building a wall based on fear that the thing that has happened to you may happen again if you don't build this wall. The experience, you don't want that experience to happen again, so you build the wall. But what really struck me about the concept of the wall is walls don't only keep things out, they keep things in. As you are building that wall out of the fear that the experience that you had so that it never happens to you again, I want you to understand that for that wall that you're building, you're also limiting yourself. Definitely protect yourself. Be smart. Make good decisions. But when we start building walls in our lives based on experiences and out of fear that this experience is going to happen to me again, you're not only building a wall to keep things out, but you're building that wall that's going to limit yourself. Be mindful of that. Anything that we're doing out of fear is limiting yourself, because we weren't created to live and make these type of decisions about living out of a state of fear. But anyone on the panel want to expand on that, please jump in. I'll leave it
Yes.
open.
Oh, after shift.
No. You can go.
It's the only point that I didn't read on here, and of course it resonates with me very deeply. It's super deeply rooted for me. Parenting with trauma, and parenting with fear. Of course, my son walks in the second I say this. Oh, mwah, love you. Can you go downstairs, baby?
Go play on the
Aw.
playground.
Get your pants on, and yes, you can. Just get some pants on. Um, so for me, when I was a child, my mom was extremely neglectful. We never had food in the house. We never got our clothes washed. We never. There were so many things wrong, and she was a trash hoarder. She hoarded trash in the house. She just never took it out, never put it in the bags. And I noticed that when I fall into deep depressions, because I haven't been able to, because I've been trying to parent so differently and so opposite, when I fall into a depressive state, when I haven't been able to deal with my trauma, and I'm just suppressing everything that's going on with me, I do the exact same thing, which had brought me to what you said about the walls. Sometimes when you have walls up, it keeps things in. I am. I have some diagnosis, um, and through eating right, changing my life habits, I've been able to not only clean my mind of just sitting in depression, but I've also been able to keep my house clean and start working towards, providing a different space than what I had as a child. And that was only because I was able to break down those walls, of the trauma, and stop parenting in trauma, start parenting with the knowledge of my trauma and using that as a tool.
Hey, um we gotta add a word to Honey's name, like Honey the Overcomer. Like there's a word that is appropriate that we need to add to Honey's name, because Honey is out here kicking life's ass. Like life came out and punched Honey in the mouth a few times, and life thought like it was going. Life really thought it was getting off on Honey, but Honey is out here kicking life's
I got
ass.
one.
Like life, I
I
don't care
got
what you
one.
do, you gonna take this L, Honey. I see you, sis.
I
We gotta
got
come up with
one.
a word. Like, what is it? Honey the
Honey smacks.
Yes.
Honey smacks.
Like a
Honey
cereal.
smacks. I
That's
like
what I
it.
do. I
Yo.
just wanted to add a little part that in addition to the walls keeping out the bad, it also keeps out the good stuff that can come through. So like you're blocking what you intend to block, but you're also blocking the good stuff that could help heal that bad stuff that you have behind that wall. So I've actually been talking to my daughter about this, and again, perspective. Once you change the way you look at a thing, it kind of changes the way that thing has power over you. And that's only the piece that I want.
Ooh, man. Okay. So let me just out myself, because I like outing myself. I don't mind. I'm in a space of a restorative everything, right? Restoration and love, restoration in my mind. Because what happens, y'all, in the process of a reset, when you get through like rehabilitation and you get to rebuilding, you now have to be in a space that you've never been in before. Oh, wait, hold for a minute. Hold the phone. Okay. I didn't know how to be here. And I think Girl Dad and I had this conversation in the early parts when I would say to you, I don't really know how to be here. And you was like, Shift, just be. And I was like, yeah, but that's what I started off doing, just being, right? So in this restorative place, you have to now make certain adjustments, but your awareness is so heightened that you don't want nothing to go unturned, or you don't want anything that will hold you hostage. You ain't trying to have it. So I've been in the space that if it looks similar to something from the past, I'm shifting, resetting, I'm doing whatever I could to move that thing. Because in the restorative space, you want to keep your vibration high, right? So when I hear a word, I go and so I had to go grab my handy dandy notebook, and you said wall, right? I was in my studies yesterday and got some stuff that came up. So I told you when it come up, I deal with it when it show up. I don't peel it up. It has to show up in my face. So while I was in my time, there was a wall that I created. So I wrote an acronym for wall while you was talking. We build walls through our words. We build walls when we are afraid. We build walls when we think that there's lack. And we build walls when we think that we have lost. Now, to bring that into perspective, I was reading yesterday, and I was reading a part of the book that reaffirmed that I create my own reality. And I was thinking about some of the things that I've said to my children when I was afraid, when I was lost, where there was lack, and I did it through my words. Let me tell you how powerful these walls are, and I want to deal with words. My daughter, Faith, was heavier than anybody in our house. Heavier than anybody in our house. But every time we went to the doctor was saying, she's perfect. But because I was afraid of the stuff that her father and them had going on in their genes, I would say to Faith, listen, y'all, I'm getting clear. So just let me get clear for a moment. Let me get this up off of me, okay? Because I was afraid of what I thought she could attract in her life, I would say things to her like, come on, Faith, let's go riding on a bike. Come on, Faith, let's take this walk. Faith, I don't want you to be sick because your grandmama has diabetes and your dad got diabetes. And one day I went away and I came back and Faith was sick. Give me a moment. 1 second. It's coming up and out. Faith was sick. So I said, Faith, let's see if you have any food allergies. Faith was allergic to everything. Everything. Dust, dog, seafood, everything. And in a year, Faith has become the smallest person in the house. And yesterday while I was reading, Source told me that I owed Faith an apology. I needed to go and love on her because I made her feel like the weight that she had on her, even though she was fully healthy, my words had made her feel like something was wrong. And so I had a mommy moment yesterday where I had to wrap my arms around my baby and tell her, I think I created this reality for you with my words. Because of my fears, my lack of knowledge, me feeling lost and hopeless at the time. And I premeditated the scenario for you when nothing was wrong. But when we see things as wrong, when we pass judgments, we speak upon them. So I got free yesterday. I apologized to my baby and I told her, I don't want you to ever take my words and hold on to them and think that I have power to speak things into your life. You can reject anything that I say that does not align with you. I had to literally, it's not until this moment that I'm really just, I had the moments with them yesterday because as parents, sometimes we, in our ignorance, we don't know what we're doing. But so it showed me yesterday that my words had created a reality that my daughter, she's still healthy. She doesn't have the weight. But I know that my words caused something within her. And I asked her, I said, how did I make you feel when I used to say stuff to you like, come on, let's go for a bike ride. Let's do this. I mean, and we would go on a bike ride and she would beat me in the bike ride. But I was so afraid for her that I created that reality. I just wanted to get free, y'all. I'm good. Whew.
You know, we do know, Shift, that words have so much power.
You do.
And but we didn't always know it. And so before we had knowledge, you said this earlier, we forgive ourselves for lack of knowledge.
Yes.
Now we know. Now we know. And we speak back to the understanding now. It's okay.
It is. Thank you, Auntie.
Okay. It's okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge it out loud because it wasn't until Girl Dad just said the walls that I realized that I had created a wall that I didn't had to dissolve on yesterday.
I think also when we think of walls, we don't realize, like he said, that when you're building that wall to keep the things out, you're building a wall that's keeping something in. You're keeping that fear embodied inside of you. You're building a wall around that fear. I used to be 305 pounds. And I just kept eating. Why? Fear. I built a wall around me. I don't want this pain. I don't want that pain. I don't want that pain. And I fed myself on the inside of that wall. Actual food. I fed my fear. I built the wall and grew inside of it until I had to just break it down.
Yes.
I also need to address one thing. Don't claim diagnosis. Don't go to the word diagnosis, honey. And when I say honey, I'm speaking to honey. We all have things about us that are unsettling. We are all different. What may seem like, now, let's be for real. In our capitalist system, we have diagnoses so people get paid. Those diagnoses are related to medical codes. But in the true sense of your mental health, my dear, we do not have diagnoses. We have personalities that are different from each other. We have traumas that we're carrying in our cellular self we're not even aware of, that we can't fight yet. Don't grow too fast. I love this. Don't bite off what's not on the plate until it's served to you. Because it's not your meal yet. You're not supposed to digest that yet. Somebody, other day, I asked a young man, how do you eat an elephant?
One bite at a time.
Same way you eat an apple.
One bite at a time.
My
So
daddy
we
always say
don't
a little
know.
bit by
We
a little
don't
bit.
have diagnoses. The medical profession has diagnoses. The insurance companies have
Mm-hmm.
diagnoses. We have things we have to heal. We have things we have to
Mhm.
work on and overcome. Because then again, when we start using the terminology on ourselves that we have diagnoses, we take medicine. We don't
I
necessarily need medicine. Sometimes we can organically change something.
mhm.
So we have to be careful of the way we use words given to us. We do not have diagnoses. The medical profession, the insurance companies, the government has diagnoses. They have diagnoses that confine you. Oh, please. I think I'm ready to go on a rant right here. That's not a good word for me. I don't like that terminology. I'm sorry now, I'm going to sound like your great grandmother, but we don't have diagnoses. We're not going to use that word no more, honey.
I appreciate you saying that because I think for me, I'm still working on the part of me that needs to forgive myself. I've worked so hard on forgiving other people for things that have gone on in my life, but forgiving myself for my past actions has been really difficult. And I think sometimes because I have, you know, these new words to put through what I was going through, it helped me kind of hide behind what I've gone through and not necessarily forgive myself, but explain. And I've been hiding behind the explanations of my actions instead of just forgiving myself for what I've done in the past and you know the
The
mistakes that I've
first
made. So
person,
I really appreciate you saying that.
honey, the hardest person to forgive is yourself. You can get forgiveness to everybody else is so, oh, I forgive you for what you did. I might not ever forget, but I forgive you. But the hardest person to forgive is yourself. We beat ourselves up worse than anybody else can. That seems like my whole first life, okay? Is beating myself up for everything. I could forgive the people who were beating me up externally, but I would no. Uh, we have to. We all have to own the power of words and stay focused on that. Don't buy other people's words. You know, Erica Badu says sometimes the food they feed us does not help us endure. Words like diagnosis do not help us endure the mental health profession, because allowing them to give you a diagnosis gives them power over you. Own that you are different with different issues manifested because of your experiences and your neurological, your biological essence in this world. You're never a diagnosis, not even if you have hypertension or appendicitis or whatever. You're never a diagnosis. We have to be so intrinsically careful how we use words, and because that gives power. Words give power in wrong places to do things to us that we're not even conscious we're allowing. Like, you know, we just not, we growing. Every day, every time we suck a breath of air, we growing. I'm sorry, that word just kind of like brought on that little rant. But as someone who has survived the mental health profession and went back in it to help try to change it, to make it better, I fight that word.
Yeah, don't be sorry. I deeply appreciate that. I deeply appreciate that.
Shift, I just wanted to tell you. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I knew you had to ask her that thing that Chloe needs. Go ahead.
So, Shift, I just wanted to add this one little part. I know you know, as a daughter, how impactful those apologies can be. I want you to pat yourself on the back and hug yourself, because I know for a fact, being a daughter who would have loved to have had an acknowledgement, an apology, and that's it. So that baby is going to remember, and I'm so certain that just in that moment of you acknowledging her feelings and humanizing yourself, that you made a mistake, that you are willing to correct and apologize for, that has brought y'all together and overrode anything that was counterproductive from before. So I just wanted to put that part out there for you.
Thank you so much, Beck. Being aware, I think one of my greatest tools in my parenting is being able to be aware. I don't always get it in the beginning, but when Source let me know, like, hey, you could have done this a little different. I'm always, the one thing about parenting for anybody, this is a parenting conversation, that we tweak, we make adjustments, and then my lackful thinking at times of wanting to protect, because as parents, we want to protect, right? And so in my desire to protect her, I also was not in my highest consciousness of what would be well for her. And so when I was afraid, right, that had nothing to do with her. That wasn't even her narrative. I was afraid. She wasn't afraid. I was. So when Girl Dad said walls, look, I even take the word out and says, when you think something is wrong, when we judge things as wrong, we build a wall. When we become afraid, we build a wall. When we see things as lack, we build a wall. When we see something as lost, if we lost something, we're going to build a wall. Now that I know that is the regiment for building a wall, I now get to make adjustments to the walls that I build. You don't have to protect what doesn't need to be protected. My daughter, we're here to love, appreciate, guide, support our children. So I'm learning to parent from a restorative place now. Not from a place where where the abuse was at. Not from I'm telling you, this is all a new place for me. I was parenting from a place where I was so busy building walls for protection when that's not what they asked for. That's not what they asked for. They asked for me to love them, to give them insight. And so when it's mirrored back to me, when I see the mirror and I got to look at the woman in the mirror and say, what have you done? What have you created? I then have to take full accountability for my part in my creation of my children's life. And that's what we were talking about. We were talking about her dad and his responsibility in creation, all the other stuff. And I was sharing with them, it's about accountability and being able to be aware. And so I'm aware. Now that I know that I have put out there something, now all I need to do is just make the adjustments and to make sure that even when I think to see something wrong with them, I make sure that I'm doing it in a way, even it's not even wrong, it's being able to make the adjustments for me. How you want to adjust, LT? How you going to get your shift together around this? And also giving myself permission to allow them to parent me when it's necessary. And my children do a very good job at telling me when I'm not being in alignment with them. This is their life. See, that was the part that I learned too, was that I thought that I needed to do certain things for them when this is their life. They have their own journey. And there is a season. I'm at a season now in the journey of parenting where my children, I'm going to be an empty nester in a sense. Where they're starting, my son is about to get married. My other daughter done moved out for college. So I now, because that was one of my things, I was trying to find a way of how to process my children growing up and them being independent of their own self, and their own self was Source. And I had to ask myself, did you give them all that Source told you to give them? Did you now you can release them? Like even in that yesterday, that release, I released my son. He's about to be married in a couple of months. And it was eating me alive. I didn't know how to process. And I was crying and I was having all these moments of attachment and detachment. When Source said you gave him, you served him, you supported him, you loved him. If he need more, he'll come back. If he needs some more of you, he'll come back. He know where to come from. He know where he came from. He'll find his way. You just leave the door open. You don't close it. Oh God, you don't close the door. You leave the door open, and you still be support. You still serve. You still love. So that's the season I'm in my parenting.
I'm glad Chloe reminded me, and I think this is a perfect moment. Is everybody okay? Everybody in the comments, everybody in the live, drop some hearts. Just let us know if you're good. Remember blue and green if you need some extra love. Drop any other color if you're fine. But yeah, let's just take a moment and kind of check on everybody. Get your water. If you have your water, take a sip of water, take a deep breath. An exercise that I do even on these lives, and I see it happen to me. Just that alone. What I realize when I do that, I don't know when, like, there's certain things that we're talking about that I get tensed about. Not because, I don't know, it's just a reaction. That, I feel myself sink back into my seat and like I get from that tense state. So everybody take some deep breaths. Inhale, exhale. Auntie Crystal, when you were speaking to Honey, and I'm so glad that Honey received it the way that she did, because you was there and I heard your passion, and I remember part of what you shared with us last Sunday. So I knew where you were coming from, and I'm glad that it resonated with Honey in the way that it did. But that, like, just, yeah, yeah, let's all just take a moment. This is heavy, but good, right? Candy, you hit it right on the head. Heavy, but good, So we definitely want to take moments to just breathe, take some deep breaths, get your water, reposition yourself, make sure everybody's emotionally good, everybody's still engaged in a good, healthy way. Coach, welcome to the conversation. I know you've been very patient. Thank you for joining the panel. As always, I know you have amazing perspectives to share with us. So welcome to the conversation. Before you go, Coach, real quick shift. Chloe needed you to do the acronym for WALL again. She missed that in her notes. So I don't know if you want to just say it or...
Yeah, I'll just say it real quick. When we're building a wall, we're making something wrong. We are afraid. We are feeling lost, or we're feeling lack. Wrong, afraid, lost, or lack.
Beautiful. Go ahead, Coach. You got the floor.
Great afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, girl. How you doing? Get your shift. How you doing? Well, I keep forgetting to always bring my pen and pad when I come on your lives because there's always something to learn. The conversation is absolutely awesome. And I want to say, especially when you get into the space of how we speak to our children. I am about to finish my journal called Conversations with Yourself. Excuse me, Conversations with Myself. And I know that the conversations that we have with ourselves growing up, we tend to keep those thoughts, right? And this is what, unless you become or until you become self-aware, you still have those same conversations with yourself. And those conversations are, a lot of times outside sources from things your parents have said to you, things other people, other family members that stick with you. And so until you become self-aware and recognize that I am not this thing, to the negative, or I didn't realize the positive that I can do this, or I am this thing, until you have those conversations with yourself, you then pass on that thought process and those conversations then to your children. Um, get your shift. I totally identify with you. I'm an empty nester. I've been an empty nester for a minute. You know, my girls are 25 and 30. And I remember having the thoughts and being very careful with my oldest daughter in particular, who was born a preemie. She was only 214 when she was born. At some point, yes, thank you, Jesus. She almost died, but 30 years later. Um, but at some point, she started gaining weight. And I would say maybe at the age of 5 or 6, but it was one of those things where, you know, it's wintertime, she's home, she's in the house, she's not outside, she's not being as active. And then next thing you know, spring, summer comes, she done lost it all. She, you know, and at some age, at some point, I say maybe like 10 is when she started putting on a little more and we keep it, and a little more and we keep it. I was very mindful about having conversations with her about weight. I never wanted to have conversations with her about weight because I know that on the outside, people may be teasing her, right? She may feel subconscious, self-conscious about the things that she sees, you know, when watching TV, movies, etc. So I was very much aware of those conversations that I would have with her. And I remember a family member one day said, "Oh, well, what is that with your weight?" I said, "Ho, ho, ho. Mm-mm. You are in no position to have that type of conversation with my child." So even though I was struggling with it on my own, I was also very aware to step in when other quote unquote adults thought that they should have those conversations with my children. And then that's when I learned also in my prayer life to pray for people to be in their lives to fill in the gaps. You know, the things that I don't know, the things that I forget to talk about. God, please put people in their lives who mean them well and who could fill them with the information needed that I can't give. Um, when I started talking about walls, oh my God. And it's making me think right now because I like to think, I like to think I was good with, you know, not putting up walls. But in all honesty, being law enforcement made me put up some walls because I see the things that most people don't see, right? Things that happen, things that people do to each other, things that they do to children. And so I know I probably had some conversations with my daughters that most people don't have, but may have put them in like a restrictive type of mode. You know, I'm praying that I did not instill an unhealthy fear in them because of that. And so now what I notice now, since they've been out of the house and I reflect, I do what you did. I go back and I say, remember so and so and so? I said A, B, and C. What do you think about that now? How did you feel about that then? Because what I've learned is that the parenting never stops. It really doesn't stop at 18. It doesn't stop at 21. It doesn't stop when they graduate. You know, all of that has happened. And so I am still their mom. I still want the best for them, but I want to make sure as much as possible because we're never perfect, right? As much as possible that I've poured into them everything that they need. So far, so good. But that I have not poured fear into them to where they're afraid to move about in the world. I think, you know, so far, so good.
Coach, I appreciate you sharing. Congratulations. to the work that you've done. Um, yeah, I'm gonna confess something to you all. My entire mind is in a ringer right now. The amount of information that has come out of everybody, right? Like, I'm not gonna say I'm overwhelmed with information, but like it's this has been kind of like last Sunday, but this has just been one of the most eye-opening conversations I've ever had. Like, just the different experiences and perspectives that you all have brought to this conversation. It's gonna take me the rest of today to like download and let this information sink in, and then go back to the notes that I've been taking and just really go back over it. It almost feel so. Boom. That's why it's feeling the way it's feeling for me. What I'm gonna have to do with this live and the last one is definitely upload them all the way up to the YouTube. I did finally lock the YouTube in. It's simply Sunday serving. So if you go onto YouTube, and actually let me test it right now to make sure I'm not selling y'all a dream. Sunday serving. All right, yeah. So it is Sunday serving. It may not pop up right away, so you're definitely gonna have to find it. But yeah, it's Sunday serving. So the page is up. I haven't uploaded the last I didn't upload last Sunday's serving up to it, but I will have both of them up there. Um and yeah, like that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to upload this and then just really like watch it in segments. But this has been like when I start these, like I speak to the live, right? I speak over the intention that I have for the subject, and I speak that I speak that it impacts people, that someone receives information that they need, that I speak to it, but I never, no matter how much I anticipate how powerful I would like the outcome to be, I can never really grasp what's gonna happen until we get here. And then it's like, wow. Um, yeah, this has been it. This has been amazing. Anybody that want to jump in, please do. I'm gonna try to get the link, Candy, so I can post it
Okay,
right here, right now.
that would be wonderful. I was paused because I went to try and find it, and there's a lot of servings
Yeah,
on
yeah,
there.
yeah. No.
But one thing I wanted to say is like when it comes to apologizing to your children, or admitting a mistake or a misstep to your children, it only betters their relationships with other people. It only helps them grow. And honestly, um like I received mine later when I became an adult from my mother, regarding things that have gone through my life. And we're able to have a beautiful relationship now. But also my self esteem when it comes to love I seek outside of like into romantic relationships has only grown as well. I now know that when people apologize, it takes like three different steps, like communication, comprehension of that communication, and application. The application is completely necessary. Um, if you, where was I going with this? But I would date people and I would be in relationship with people who could not apologize to me, who could not admit fault and could not be accountable to any actions that they had. And I was in a cycle of dating people like that for a long time. And so when I think about how people are able to apologize to their children, I take every opportunity I can to apologize to my child, because I want my child to be instilled with the belief that people are able to and should be accountable for their actions and apply their apologies and make changes. And that's what true apology is. Um, and I kind of wanted to add that. But regarding the whole weight conversation, when I was a child, I was very skinny, very tiny, and no, not a single woman in my family is small. Um, and so, um, and they're naturally bigger too. There's just they're just naturally bigger women. And when I was a child, remember how I talked about how I was kind of ignored a lot. One thing I was praised for was being thin. And that definitely developed into an eating disorder as I became as my metabolism started slowing down and I started becoming a woman. Um, that it goes both ways, I guess is what I'm trying to say is sometimes, our children will be heavier, sometimes they'll be lighter, but talking about weight, unless there's unless the doctor starts talking about weight, it's very important for me to never talk about it with my child. And it's also very important for me to eat healthy as an adult and not worry too much about the fact that I'm not a size 6 anymore like I was for when I was breastfeeding, is because I want my child to see me have healthy habits, and see that I'm I'm an average woman and I'm going to keep myself healthy. I'm not going to go into crash diets or over cleansings and things of that nature because I don't want unrealistic expectations of what women are supposed to be for my son.
You know what? Absolutely. And then also, I noticed that weight and hair are two of the biggest issues we have in terms of our children's self-esteem and what they think about themselves. So how we speak to our children about those issues really matter. And when it comes to hair, especially girls, little black girls in hair is, whew, that is something else. And I just had to lead by example. I can't tell my daughter that she's beautiful and I'm always on a diet. I've never done that, right? I can't tell her she's beautiful. And although my hair is relaxed now, it wasn't always. I had to have my hair natural because I was telling her she's beautiful with her natural hair. And when she's asking for perms, because that's what she sees the commercials were promoting, it's a fight. You are fighting all these outside sources with yourself. You're fighting your own past. You're fighting, you know what I mean? It's just so much fight. And it's just about being self aware. And once you become self aware about everything, it's so much easier. It's not perfect, but I just found it's definitely easier parenting once you know where you stand and what the issues are.
One of the things that was said last Sunday, and one of the sisters, Jess the Vibe, said it, and it resonated with me so much. And those of you that know Zori and that follow the content, you kind of you can surmise that she is very much a free spirit. Zori is my daughter. She has wisdom beyond the experience of a 3-year-old. And yet she's still my little baby girl. So I had to learn how to let her be. Not that I really had a choice, because she's not gonna go for anything else, but I had to learn to just let her be and stop being so afraid. But what the sister just said last week that hit me was, and it resonates so much with this whole conversation, especially earlier when we were talking about the title of parenting that sets the expectation. She said with her children, she had to remove the idea that she's just their parent in order to start to see them as autonomous little people. And the way that that resonated with me and the way that I'll present it right now is there's a difference between being the authority and being responsible for. I think oftentimes we see ourselves, or we've even experienced in our own upbringing, we've experienced that parents, or the title parent, seems to have a sense of authority over. Like, as your parent, I have authority over you. Some of us were parented that way, and some of us parent that way. But when Jess said what she said last week, it hit me because initially I'm like, whoa, wait, you see them as like, she kind of even mentioned like, yo, I kind of see them as, we have like a brother-sister type of relationship. And it threw me off, but once I kind of sat on it, I understood exactly where she was coming from, and I understood the power in it. But then when I really looked at my own parenting and how I perceive it, clearly, Zoria is not the type of child that you can really have authority over. Like, it's just not going to happen. Her little spirit is too strong for that. So much so that I have to develop a strategy with her now. If I need her to do a thing, and the moment she doesn't want to do that thing, I have to reposition myself. I cannot be in opposition to her will, because her little will is just too, like, she will not do a thing that is going to benefit her simply because she resisted it, and then I pushed too hard. So now it's done, it's over, it's not gonna happen, right? So I had to start repositioning myself in a way that I parent her, to where once I need that thing done, or we need to do a thing because we have a schedule or whatever, I just position myself as with her, and then maybe we can move forward. But the point that I'm making is, what I had to realize, and what I'm realizing, and I think is going to help all of us, even as parents, being a parent does not give us authority over. And I think that's a hard thing for most people to accept and generally hear, but I think we need to get to that place. What it does is it gives you responsibility for. And I think that's a difference. The idea of having authority over doesn't necessarily take into account their opinion, needs, ideas, wants, and all of those things, because you feel like, yo, I am the authority. I am your parent. But I think if we looked at it as, I'm responsible for you, I think that's a healthier approach, because in being responsible for, I'm responsible for caring for you, I'm responsible for providing for you. In that responsibility, though, your opinion, your autonomy still counts and still matters. What did Underground Road say? Because everybody's agreeing. I was fumbling through my thoughts. That's why I said I'm a custodial parent. They are not mine. They are the sources who trusted me. Now I get why everybody was agreeing and tapping in. That's beautiful. Go ahead, Chef. I'm just working through that thought, so we can play with the ideas a little bit.
So can we consider this too as well?
Sure.
That parenting is actually an extension of a partnership. Follow me. And you're not even responsible for them. You're responsible for you and the reciprocation of what was given to you to give to them at the time that they needed it. Ooh, that was, wait, time out, peace. Wait a minute, God.
One more again. One more again. Say it one more again.
I'm trying. Wait. That was not, listen, when my B power show up, it ain't me, okay? Let me see if I can get it again the way Source gave it to me. That parenting is a partnership that we reciprocate to our children. I can't, you have to watch this back because I don't think I can give it
Good.
back,
Um,
Kelly.
That hit.
I resonate with that a lot. You know, my situation was a little strained in the beginning of how I became pregnant, but it's like the second I peed on that stick, I just knew I was going to continue with the pregnancy and I was going to be a mother. Um, Even though I had, you know, two other choices that I could have made. And it's something that is really important to me and something that I've thought about a lot is, you know, there's part of parenting that is selfless and part of parenting that is selfish, and you have to have both in order to be a good parent, in my personal opinion. You have to want a bond, want a love with your child. You have to want a family and things of that nature, but you also have to be selfless. You want to be able to grow a new person to be the best version of themselves that they can be, and mentor somebody and guide them into being a great member of, you know, this big thing that we call life. And so I knew that I was capable of doing both. I knew that I wanted both, and that's why I decided to have my son. And it has been the best experience that I could have possibly had in this lifetime. I'm learning so much about myself alongside. We are growing up together. You know, I gave birth when I was 20. So we're growing up together. And he'll be 5 in August. And I'm just, I'm so, every time he talks to me, it's like, he'll tell me things like, you can do it, mom. Mom, you're my best friend. I love you. I just need a hug right now. Oh, you know, I'm feeling frustrated. I did that. You know what I mean? I was able to make this person into an emotionally intelligent young black man, and he's going to be able to carry that for the rest of his life. He's going to be an amazing friend to so many, amazing lover. He's going to be an amazing father if that's what he chooses to be. And I'm just, it's one of those things, you know, like you said, parenting is a partnership. I I have gained so much self confidence in myself. I've gained so much so much self progress and self growth because of what I've been instilling in him as well. So I really resonate with that. Parenting is a partnership.
I think I said this before on your live girl dad that God has given us these children and we are responsible for the raising of these spirits of the spirit. And I think when you look at them that way and you look at it that you're responsible for them, but for the spirit. So not just the human, you know, the human physical person in front of you where you have to, you know, feed them and clothe them, etc. The spirit, their self-esteem, their emotional intelligence, their spiritual grounding. You know, that's a lot. That's what leads us to these types of conversations because it's not just I have to feed and clothe this kid, you know? I think it's amazing. Go ahead, Shift. Go ahead.
So it's just messed me up with that one. I can't even repeat it again.
You're responsible for yourself to reciprocate and give to them what was entrusted to you to give to them when they need it.
Here's the thing, right? As I'm watching my crew develop, right? I'm reminded of when they reflect back to me. Friday. Yeah, Friday. I was frustrated. I was having an adulting moment. And my 28-year-old walked in while I was sitting on the floor. And he was like, "What's up, Ma?" I was like, "What's up?" And he looked at me and I was like, I said some things and then I said, "Don't listen to that. I'm frustrated right now." I had a Zuri moment. Just leave me alone for a minute. And he looked at me and he said, "How long you gonna be there? How long you gonna be in that space of frustration?" He like, "How long you gonna be there?" And I said to him, "Give me a moment." I literally had a whole Zuri moment on the floor. Man, Source just messed me up with just that whole interpretation of that download because I'm not always mom to them. Sometimes they're dad to me.
Now I see how it hit you. All right. I got you. You said it, and then it just flipped on you and hit you right back in the face. I got you. Where they're entrusted to give to you in the moment that you need it. Wow.
So
Oh.
the partnership is just that.
So I remember when I first came to TikTok 2 years ago. I remember there'd be moments in my grief and I have Zori and I wouldn't want to cry, but it would just be welling up. And you know what she used to do? Just slide up on me and just hold me. I didn't say anything. It wasn't on my face. She would just slide up on me and just hold me. And it was all that I needed to be okay. And in that regard, yes, the partnership. That's, man.
Let me say this to you, girl dad, and to everybody else, because I make this look easy. I make single parenting look easy. But if y'all only knew. I was thinking as my daughter was graduating of all the opportunities that I got to do, that I got to watch them go to kindergarten. These are honorable moments, right? I get to wake up to them in the morning. I get to go to basketball games. I get to go talk to the teachers. I get to take them to the doctor. And I kept saying, go back to your parenting womb. My mom got 9. And what I thought I was doing was I thought I was mitigating, or I thought that I was interrupting what she showed, because she was a single parent. So I married my last 4 children's dad, even though I knew we was unequally yoked, even though I knew that I shouldn't, because I wanted to give them something that I didn't have. But I created in that reality after leaving these last 15 years that sometimes that when I look in hindsight, I just wish I could have been present more. I wish I could say that I enjoyed the journey. I didn't really enjoy these last 14 years. Yeah, I got to do the things, but I wasn't always present. And now they're grown. And I can't get those times back. I can't get those times back. And although I celebrate, although I get to do, sometimes I need to have a moment like this that really says how much I grieve the parts that I wanted to be fully present, but I had to be so busy taking care of all the other things that I literally missed a whole lot. It's been a hell of a journey. They've done well. I don't know how well I've done. I've been working through my shift, but I still missed out. That's just the way I feel in this moment.
Chef, I'm going to say, I've been with you all afternoon. I've only heard you contradict yourself this one time.
I'm not contradicting, Auntie.
How do you say they are doing well and then say, I wonder if I did?
Because I know that I didn't. I know that I didn't.
In this moment, I'm going to let you have it for this moment, but you
Can I please?
You can't own it forever. I just let you have it for a
No,
little
just for this moment, Auntie. Can I have this moment?
just for this moment.
And I tell you why I ask you for grace to give me this moment. Because I don't get to have a moment like this, to just fully allow the release of what I've held on to when I never been able to speak it out loud.
I got you.
But just for this moment, not that I am contradicting, I just needed to get free in that moment. Everybody else have gotten some freedom up in here. I just wanted to release.
But I
what
want you
was
to believe in yourself. I want you to know.
no, Auntie. I got you. Listen, I
Okay.
got you.
Okay.
No, trust me. It's not about even me believing. I just needed to be free. I come in here and I give a lot, but sometimes I hope when my reserve come up or when something is hidden, somebody was pouring water on me too in here. Some of y'all been holding space for me too. So it's only right for the reciprocation to happen. And when Source does that, that's not me. That's Source allowing me to just free myself in a safe place.
Okay.
That's all. That's all that was, Auntie. I got you. I've been given in this space, but I wasn't able to receive as well because I was in giving mode. But when Source just broke down what the relationship of my partnership with my children were, which will be something that would hit my heart, that had to come up just so I can just be free. I feel the release though. But thank you, Auntie, for caring for me.
Okay. Oh yeah. Look, and I just want to, and I'm glad you caught it, Chef, because that's love, Auntie, trying to show you.
Yeah.
So I'm glad. All right, we all on the same page. We all on the same page.
Yeah.
But I just
Oh
wanted the
man.
moment though to just. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
care if it was
no,
for like
that,
like
no,
for a
have it,
minute.
have it,
You know
have
what I'm
it.
saying? Because givers
Because
have
in
to
that,
receive too. And when you always giving, you don't always you interrupt and you break the law of reciprocity. So Auntie, you can give me, but I just wanted to I wanted to get it out first. I've never been able to say that. Not even with girl dad in private. That's what I'm
Something,
saying, is that
yeah.
it came up. That wasn't even me. I could have masked that for a minute. I could have
That's the part that's why the moment is warranted and acceptable, because it's not is not a moment of you seeing anything less of the great job that you've done, but it was there. And having that moment just knocks it off and breaks it. It doesn't, it wasn't even you critiquing what you've done, but that thing was there. And having that moment just allow you to let that piece go. And you can have that. You can have that.
Yeah.
But like Auntie said, we just wasn't gonna let you sit there like you not amazing. Is what
Yeah,
Auntie was trying to clarify.
yeah,
We just
because
wasn't gonna let you talk about you like you wasn't all that. That's all Auntie was trying to say. But you
yeah,
want your
that's all,
moment to
baby.
let
That's
that thing
all.
go. Go ahead, and let it go.
Yeah, but don't. But like your son said, don't sit with it too long.
That's right.
Yeah.
No,
We
it's
just wasn't
gone.
gonna let you talk about you crazy.
Mhm.
That's
No,
all.
the thing is that it's gone. I just needed to get it up and
Something.
out. It was
Yeah.
in there for the longest.
I know.
It was in there. It was in pockets. But when
I
you
know.
step into rooms like this and you want, listen, the one thing that Source is free to do in me is to be free in me. So that download that y'all got was just straight from Source. That was straight a download.
That's beautiful.
I couldn't even
It
give
was
it back
beautiful.
to you because
It was
that's how
beautiful.
well it came out. But then Source also knew that with that giving, there's also something that needed to be released. I
Mm-hmm.
needed to release that. And I couldn't even control it. I couldn't stop crying.
Mm-hmm.
So I thank y'all for
Mm-hmm.
holding space for me. And I thank y'all wanting me to not go
Of
there.
course.
But sometimes I gotta go there. I just gotta
Of
go there.
course.
Oh, that was beautiful.
That's good though.
Yes.
That's good because I think we all have sometimes those moments where we say we could have done more. We wish we would have been there more. We wish we would have done A, B, and C more. And like I said, hopefully in prayer, God put people in place to give them what they need. And now here you are getting what you need.
Thank
Yes.
you.
And something I wanted to add is I talked about holding space for two things, two truths beforehand. Sorry, my son came back inside from outside. But I've been talking about this a lot in my group therapy about how sometimes things are not black or white or even gray. Sometimes they're black and white, right? And how we've been talking about how there's two truths that are existing in all people,
Same
which
time.
is we're all doing the best that we can, and we can all do better moving forward at the same time. Both things can be true at the same time. You can feel like you've missed out and know that your children are beautiful, amazing people who are doing just fine.
So can I thank you so much for that, honey. I want to give y'all this because while y'all was talking and that was happening, I was writing. And someone asked me for an apology. They said, how can they apologize? And so Source gave me this acronym for apology. And that's what brought it up more, y'all. So that I was writing. Me and Source was conversing. And so
Mm-hmm.
apology is simply me being aware of the pain that has opened up the love portal that offers grace for my yielding. So I don't know who else needed to hear that, but
One more time
Um,
again.
yeah, something I've been
One more
struggling with
time
is
again.
okay. So
Slowly.
the apology is when I am aware that the pain, it can be people, places, or thing, has opened
Mhm.
up the love portal to offer grace to my yielding. So that's what I was writing down while we was talking. My brain works in acronyms. So if you give me a word, it's gonna go acronymic.
That's beautiful. I love that. You've given me a lot of things to write down because of the way you speak is just so beautiful, and I love the way that you take apart words like that and really apply the definitions to them.
Yeah.
Um, Something
So
that
somebody was
along
asking about an apology. They wanted an apology
yeah.
from their parent, and the parent must not be here. And I said to write an apology to yourself. And then Source had me to
Mhm.
write out what the apology what it needs to be.
Mhm.
And so is whenever you become aware of something, you have to become aware of that pain or whatever that is, that person, whatever it is that has opened up your love portal. Because out of the heart speaks the issue. Where does love flow? Through your heart, right? So when it opens up, it's offering you grace. Oh God, for a yielding. So, whew. All right, y'all. Listen, your
Yeah.
girl, I can't sip no more water. I'm gonna have to go take a nap.
No, no, listen, here's exactly what we're about to do. I'm gonna let Honey say what she's gonna say,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna end the live, and I'm gonna tell you all why. Not because anything's wrong, but if I take in any more information, I might be stuck for the next 3 to 4 days. So, Honey, go ahead, and then anyone else
Totally
on the panel that
understand.
wants to speak, go ahead. And then yeah, like I need to download.
Hmm.
But go ahead.
Yeah. But Shift, I resonate with what you're saying, and it's been, I'm 25. I basically am at a point where it's like I could decide to just have one child, or I could decide to have another. And I've been feeling really guilty about the want for another child because, I'm not super financially stable right now. I don't even have a partner right now. But and I know that a huge portion of my want for another child is because I want to experience, pregnancy, giving birth, and enjoying my child's first year on earth, with a partner, and with two parents. And so I really feel for you when you say that you make single parenting look easy. I'm told that as well when I'm out and about with my son, and it's just like, if you even knew. There's so many sides to this. There's so many sides to this. So I just wanted to let you know that, I resonate with what you're saying, and I'm sure you've heard it from other single mothers before. But yeah, I just want to really hold space for what you're feeling right now.
Thank you.
Because it's easy. Yeah, it's easy to be, the one who's bestowing knowledge on other people, and sometimes it's hard to actually be vulnerable enough to allow space and support for what you're going through as well.
I appreciate it. This has been a very celebratory time for me, as my children are they're becoming of the age that they're stepping into their own stuff, and it's been, I want to say, 15 years now that I've been parenting while single. I'm not a single mom. I've been parenting while I was single, and yeah. Like this month right here, I take parent is what I call parentcation. I don't do anything in the month of June when school is over. I don't do anything besides just be still as much as possible and get some restoration going on. And so I'm thankful because my daughter came up this weekend to take my son to his basketball game. So they went there. I'm glad that my children actually honors that I need the month to replenish from me moving around so much. With them. And so this is the year and the season that things are being restored into my family. I'm thankful I can get to go back to work now. I'm really excited about being in the workspace again. I haven't worked since 2017, just been maintaining a business that has been, as soon as money comes in, it goes out. And I just told Source I want to have some financial stability at this point so that I can create more and that I can do more. I've done the parenting thing. I've been home. I created businesses that has allowed me to sustain and maintain our household. But I want to be in a place of financial freedom where I can get me an RV and travel and eat more seafood and go lay on a beach somewhere. And so I am preparing for those things as Source is shifting me from being at home most of the time and being able to move around and about. So very, very thankful for the season in which I was home to be available for my children and the creative ability that Source have allowed me to do at the time that I needed to do it.
That's what you're going out with. I just want to. I just want, I just want to know, like that. Was that a response, or is that what you're going out with? It was
That was the
beautiful.
response to.
Oh, all right. I mean, let me know, because honestly, I usually have a closing. I don't have nothing to say. I don't. I have nothing to say. Like, this. I can't even describe what this conversation has been. I don't know the word to. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Oh well, okay, honey. Do you have a closing? Because he usually do around the table, starting and going on up. So, honey, do you have a closing remark?
I'll say one for girl dad about writing a love letter to yourself. Um, for all of the parents, I recommend writing a love letter to your children, writing a love letter maybe to your parent as well, and making sure to write that love letter to yourself. Maybe a little homework for all of us today.
Mm.
Yeah. What about
After
you? Go ahead,
after after
Auntie.
this
You want to go
session,
now?
yeah,
Okay, Auntie.
I'm chopping it a bit. After this session today, I'll be writing me a couple of letters. First one to me. I think I owe a couple of letters. Now I don't have no children, y'all know that. I got all y'all children. But I need to write a couple of letters. Both my parents are currently, they're not with us no more. But I got some things I need to say to them today that I thought that last week, when I took their title away and gave them their status as human beings, I'd already done that in so many words, but not literal. I had done it in my healing, but not with acknowledgement. In other words, it wasn't something I'd done consciously. I was able to consciously do it after last week. Say, okay, yeah, that's why I could deal with them the way I did at the end, because I took away their power over me as mom and dad and allowed them to become human beings that I could parent in the end. Was necessary. I could give them back the love that they had given me in their capacity to do it, accept it in their capacity to do it through my healing. But now I can identify it and pass that concept on to others. I'd like to give it to my brother, but unfortunately, I stopped trying to give my siblings my healing. I have to let them do what they got to do. But I've come to much more understanding over just simple things that I had done and not been able to give titles to. And y'all are defining it for me because I have to carry it elsewhere. And I'm never sure now. I just stay open to the universe. I want to bring us back momentarily to the concept that as individuals we represent the universe because we are recreations of the divine, and the divine is ultimately the universe.
Absolutely.
Every tree leaf, just as we have brain cells, heart cells, toe cells, nail cells, eyelash cells. Girls, we got them eyelash cells. Some of them grow, some don't. Uh, we We have the tree cells, we got the grass cells, the dirt cells. Sometimes we think it's about race or sex or all our contentions because we are different. No, we just all want the same thing and not never sure how to fit in to get what we need. Just as our body, our lungs fight for air, our stomach fights for food. The brain thinks it's a control, but we know that if you block the you know what, the whole body gonna fail. So we have to deal with them A's all the time in the universe. So I'm just saying, you know,
We got you, Auntie.
I love you guys, but I gotta go quickly.
Not quickly. Okay, Auntie.
I'm gonna be listening, but I'm gonna run from here for a second. Phone is 7, and I gotta run to another room.
I love
Love
you.
you, Auntie.
And I'll see y'all next week. I hope on the Sunday that's coming.
Yes,
I'm gonna be
ma'am.
looking for this girl, Dad.
Yes,
It's,
ma'am.
it's like going to church and the university at the same time. And I'm not talking about the university of the man, I'm talking about the university of life.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Next
Have a
week.
great evening.
Yes, and thank you for having me here. I'm so glad. I this is exactly what I needed. Again, it's overwhelming the amount of knowledge and the amount of self-reflection that I'm doing right now, but I'm so excited to apply what I've learned here today from all of you. You guys are amazing people, and you held an amazing space, Girl Dad.
Honey, the badass. You the one, honey. You. The way the
Did you
way
just
you
give her a
kicking
new one?
Flight's ass right now, I'm telling you, you motivated me. Honey, the badass. I'm gonna go with that. I
All
know a
right.
bunch people dropped a bunch in the comments, but Honey, the badass. I like that
Honey
one.
slaps to me.
Honey, Honey smacks. Wow.
Coach AI, I mean, Coach, you have something to say?
I mean, like, wow. And that's why you told Auntie, you sure you want to go now? Because after she speak, ain't much to say. Um, I just want to say, love on your children and love on yourself.
Hmm.
Learn to forgive yourself. Be easy with yourself. No one is perfect. You're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna do some things. Guess what? It's all right. Every day you wake up is another day to do it again. And when I first thing I do when I open my eyes, I say, thank you, Jesus.
Hmm.
Because I open my eyes, I'm breathing, I got another day to do it again. So whatever happened, whenever, what happened. Oh, I'm sorry. And just one more thing. When Auntie was talking about siblings, it made me think our siblings also have not experienced the exact same thing we experienced, even though we grew up in the same house.
Amen.
And that's something that I learned through one of my sisters. We did not experience the same parent or parenting
Hmm.
all the way through until we left the house. So it's the same for your children. They will remember some things together and laugh about some things together, but they experience you differently. So although your rules in the house are the same, each child is different. So we have to learn each child and move accordingly. Thank you so much, Girl Dad Shift. Auntie, I'm going to have a continue to have a great weekend. Tomorrow's my birthday, so I'm going to be turning up all week.
Okay.
Happy birthday
Work.
Happy
to
New
you. Happy
Year.
birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
New
And that's
Year.
exactly how I think of it. It is my new year where I reflect and I look back and say, I pray that I am better this year than I was last year. And I hope to be better next year than I am this year. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a great night.
You too. So I am in the last cycle before chapter 49. My birthday is in July. And so, oh my God, Girl Dad, this is why I don't be messing with you, okay? Let me just let you know. I've been avoiding you like the plague, okay? Because I don't have time for this,
I
okay?
noticed. I noticed.
You notice?
I noticed.
Or you should know. Because I am he and he is she.
Hey.
So, yeah. Um, sources is shifting. Sources also elevating. There's so many things that over the years source have imparted in me, and I've been just listening for how source wants to share it for others to get. Someone gave it to me, or I learned it in some way, And I just want to serve in a capacity that other people know that they can have it too. I want to be all that Source is calling me to be. And so I've been I've been in the space where Source is cleaning up some things. And so when I'm in this space, which is the last cycle, with 7 cycles of 52 days, if you don't know, I've already done taught this on my platform. But I'm coming soon will be a lot of materials and things that Source has given to me, so I can release them so other people can get it. It doesn't benefit me to hold hostage tools and strategies and things to help people in their transition. I have been teaching reset practices and shift practices for over 14 years now. And I felt recently like, man, I'm tired. I don't feel like doing this anymore. Like, I'm over it, Source. And Source saying, yeah, you think? And so after we have one of these encounters, Source has given instructions. I gave you the other instructions before. But there are some instructions again that Source has given. And we would chat about it. We would chat about it and see and take action, inspire action in a direction of what Source will have us to do. But thank you so much for the space. I am tapped, tuned, and relieved from all of this magically delicious stuff that has happened here today. I hope that Source has been shown and manifested through me, and I've been a resource to all of God Express that has come through in this space. So thank you for having me. I appreciate you. I love you to life. And thank you for allowing me to be of service.
That's the YouTube link right there. Screenshot it, do whatever you're going to do. I'm going to do my very best to have both Sunday servings, this one and the last one, up. Give me till like Tuesday, everyone. I'll have them both uploaded by Tuesday. But I love y'all. That's all I can say. I love y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate everybody that helped to create this type of space on TikTok. Can you imagine? We just had that experience on TikTok. I love y'all. That's the YouTube. Screenshot it. Do whatever you're gonna do. Let me put it back in here. And then I'm gonna go. I'm about to go shower. Like, I feel like, yeah, like I feel like we had the whole day just happened. I can't even post it back in there. Well, that's it. I love y'all. I see you next Sunday.